Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome everyone at FIDE Grand Prix Semifinals Day 2, and I'm joined by International Master Anna Rudolf. Welcome Anna at the show once again.
Thank you so much, Katie, and welcome everybody to the show. I'm happy to be back. I was here last Sunday. I guess Sundays are my days. And to be fair, I have been just catching up a lot on the broadcast, watching the VOD so that I would know what's happening on the days I missed it. But apparently I missed the biggest thing that wasn't even part of the Grand Prix, Grandmaster Anish Giri getting hacked this morning. So yeah, there's a lot happening on the board and outside the chessboard too.
Definitely, we're going to talk about that very soon when the game is going to start, and a lot to talk about on that topic. But before that, let's take a look about the one first leg. Here we have the knockout system, and Hikaru Nakamura managed to win yesterday a beautiful end game against Richard Rapport. Now he leads this match, and then the other match, Levon Aronian against Leonard Dominguez, was such a crazy game. We were here analyzing those two games. We could not understand what was going on, and the other side engine was really struggling. So today we have these players now switching the colors, and very soon we're about to have just only two qualifiers from this stage. Anna, we do have 90 minutes for 40 moves. This is the time control, the standard time control. After 40 moves, players are getting 30 minutes, and that's the time that they are really eager to get as fast as possible. They have a 30 seconds time increment for each move. And Anna, what they are playing for, are there something like called Grand Prix points?
Oh, there's a lot at stake, Katie. As you mentioned, this is all about the qualification to the candidates tournament. There's only 2 spots left for the candidates for this year, the tournament that will eventually show us who is going to be the challenger of world champion Magnus Carlsen. So the winner of the Grand Prix, of this leg of the Grand Prix, will take home 13 points and the runner-up 10 points. Everyone who made it to this stage is already on 7 points. So for Richard Rapport and Daniel Dominguez, it's a guaranteed 7 points, but I'm sure they will try their best to come back from a very difficult situation in a must-win match. That has to be today with the white pieces, both of them. In terms of cash, Katie, there's also a lot on the line.
It is a lot on the line, 150,000 euros. The winner will get 24,000. Runner-up will get 18,000, and the prizes are for everyone, even the last places. They will get 5K. That's the guarantee in each of the leg. Anna, we usually do predict how the game's gonna go. What's your predictions for today in these 2 games?
It's a very difficult situation to be in when it's already the knockout stage and the matches consist of only 2 games. So because of yesterday's wins for Hikaru and Aronian, it means that their opponents, Richard Rapport and Leonard Dominguez, today are in a must-win situation. If it's a draw, they are still knocked out. So they're gonna have to go all in and try their best to tie the score. If they manage to win either any of them or both of them, there will be a tiebreaker tomorrow. So it all depends on whether they can make a comeback, but it's a very difficult one. And both Hikaru and Levon have been very impressive in the earlier stage, in the group stage too. So I think my prediction would be that there will be no tiebreaker and Hikaru versus Levon Aronian will be the finals. What are your thoughts, Katie?
I really like to see the tie breaks and the rapid games, and I hope to see that. But at this stage, I also believe that Aronian and Hikaru are strong as rock, and they can at least make a draw.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall see whether there can be a comeback. Of course, we are rooting for a comeback and more chess tomorrow as the tiebreaks would come. But in terms of predictions, we also want to hear your thoughts. We want you to try to predict the results in each game. Make sure to go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, and then click vote to guess the result. You should send in your prediction before the 10th move of each game. So make sure to do it ASAP so that you don't run out of time and you get to predict, you get to vote on what is going to be the result in today's 2 games in the semifinals of the Grand Prix.
Yes, I'm going to do that at our first break that we're going to take. Please don't go anywhere because all the actions just starting right now. Welcome back, everyone, at FIDE Grand Prix 2022 Leg 1. We are at the semifinals, and this date can be the last for some of the players, but the games are starting in like about 2 minutes. Now I can imagine what they feel. They are getting ready. A little bit stress is for sure there, but also some the excitements as well.
Definitely. And we shall see whether the players that badly need that point, they are in a must-win situation, Richard Rapport and Lenier Dominguez. Can they take advantage of having the white pieces? Can they put pressure on their opponents? What will be the preparation like when they badly need a win? Draw or losing is the same result. They will be knocked out.
Yeah, it's here for the two players, Rapport and Dominguez. They have just must-win situation, and they just need to win here. Honestly, Anna, yesterday we thought it could be like more calm day, like when they're gonna try to start really slow. But no, we do had a lot of excitement, and this is sometimes very surprising for this strong tournaments like elite tournaments, because we do have a lot of draws, right? But here this is the knockout system, and draws means not too much. You really need to win if you want to qualify from one stage to the other.
Very true. And all of these participants that made it from the group stage to the knockout stage, they deserve so much credit already for being here. Lenier Dominguez and Richard Rapport had to fight their way through also tiebreakers, and they made it. They are here, but now it's up to today's games whether they can continue the event, or will it be Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian, who have been really the very best performing players out of all the group stages that we have seen. The two of them have been very, very determined to show that they are there. They want to be one of the best in terms of the Grand Prix situation too, because let's not forget that this is only the first leg of the Grand Prix, and both Levon and Hikaru will need to play yet another tournament. So it's one thing to win the Grand Prix, which already would be a big deal for either of them, but they need to prove themselves in 2 tournaments in order to make it to the candidates. And speaking of Hikaru, he has just made his first move against Richard Rapport against Knight f3, choosing d5.
Yes, here we have the first move. They started on time, and we have Knight f3. The Knight f3 itself is the move that you wait for your opponent to, you let your opponent to choose. You can play a lot of moves there after Knight f3. Hikaru here very strongly goes with d5, and he did not really spend any of the time. He didn't really thought too much. And after g3, very likely we might have some Catalan, maybe a little bit delay of Catalan line, but we are going to get in there. And Anna, yesterday after the game, there was an interview where Hikaru mentioned and was talking about his game, that he might allow his opponent to have some counterplay in the end game. He seemed not to be very happy about it, and he also called himself, and I quote, the strongest amateur player now at this tournament. What do you think about his appearance at the tournament and also the performance so far?
I think Hikaru has been playing incredibly well, but of course, as most of the top players, they are very critical of their play. So even if they win, and from our perspective, it was a very convincing win. I thought that rook endgame was really instructive. He would still point out a move or two where he made maybe not the top move of the engine, but the second best move of the engine. So top players can be very hard on themselves, and that's why they are some of the best players in the world, because they keep pushing their own boundaries. They keep wanting to do better. And in terms of what you said, that Hikaru called himself an amateur, or the strongest amateur player in the world, it's true that he shifted his priorities in the last few years, focusing on his Twitch channel and his YouTube as a content creator, as a streamer, and it's going great for him. He has made chess have this massive boom thanks to the collaboration with XQC. Then an event grew out of that collaboration, PogChamps, which is one of the most beloved amateur tournaments on Twitch. So we can thank a lot to Hikaru when it comes to making chess have this rise on Twitch as a platform. And well, he's a very, very, very strong amateur. If he thinks he's an amateur, he might be winning the Grand Prix and qualifying to the candidates as an amateur.
Yes, I agree with that he helped chess community big time by his playing, his style, his streaming, and all this time he's devoting to chess and chess streaming. There have been a lot of comments about him, something like, I thought he was a streamer and damn, he's a strong player. That's so ridiculous to hear from us from chess perspective, because we knew Hikaru before he started to stream, and we knew that he was super strong and one of the top players, and very likely he's going to get back to chess. Imagine if he qualifies to candidates, he has to come back, Anna. There's no other way.
I agree. At the same time, he was really sorry for Ding Liren, and he said he would want to offer his own qualification to Ding Liren if he had a chance. So let's see where this Grand Prix goes. The first leg, what will happen in the next two events, and will we see a team Hikaru Ding Liren participating in the candidates?
Yeah, that's very interesting, and we're looking forward to it. All the directions goes this way, Anna. Let's take a look very quickly at this opening. Here we can see the moves from G3. Here, Black decided to go a normal setup, White castled, and instead of D4 and C4, here very often White goes with D4 as Black has already developed the bishop on e7, then there is no check, very active. But here it seems like Report wants to avoid the main lines, and he goes d3, and he's going to do some sort of setup here. It can be the way to e4, it can be way to c4 or b3, bishop e2 to develop this bishop 2. But Anna, what do you think? Is White really claiming here to get some advantage in the opening?
I think Richard just wanted to go for this move order because it's a very flexible one. As you pointed out, Kete, it could have been d4, c4, so it could have transposed to a normal queen's pawn opening, could have been the Catan, could have been the English opening. It still could be an English if White pushes c4 later on, so it could still transpose, or with e4, it would transpose to a King's Indian attack type of position that would have been, for instance, against the French defense or against the Sicilian, the setup. So it's very interesting that he goes for flexibility, and I guess he has an idea in mind what setup is his main approach, but he also, of course, is waiting for Hikaru's choice. So Black has committed to this e6, d5 setup, which honestly, I think is a great choice against most of those setups, if not every one of them. So also from Hikaru's perspective, this is a very smart choice because it kind of is in line with any of the options of White, whether it's c4 or e4 or earlier d4 too. It would have been a fine opening for Black.
If we divide the board, Anna, look at this. White has King's Indian setup, color reversed, and Black has Queen's Gambits declined setup. So they both choose this. Oh, we really quickly jump to the other game. That can be a sign that we have to.
They want their attention.
Yeah, that's the sign we should go in here too. We come back to the other game really soon. So in this game, here we have one e4 and e5. And after knight development, we do have bishop c4. And earlier in the game of Esipenko and Hikaru, we were talking that bishop c4, an Italian game, is the sharpest you can look for, e4, e5. And if you really are looking for the advantage or the sharp positions, you have to go this setup. So Dominguez choose bishop c4 here. We have d3, castles, rook e1. This move is against d5 because then e5 pawn will be hanging. So after e5, here we have the pawn push on the queen side. And now we do have bishop e6. Aronian would like to trade the light square bishop on on here and allow himself to have pawns doubled in the center.
Yes, this is still very topical. And as you mentioned, Dominguez himself has played the Italian game during this event, and it seems to be that he has chosen to prepare the Italian instead of the Rudolf as the Spanish opening, either specifically for this tournament or in general. He prefers these variations. The trade of the bishop on e6 is the main move here. I wonder if Dominguez will go for this, or does he have any other move in mind? There's still quite a few games, I think over 30 games for this in the database with this bishop e6 move, and the main line would be to take, but other moves, other options for white include just further development of the knight, because that knight on a3 is stuck, so knight c4 is another option. Or there was one game with knight c2, but it may not be copied. That was not titled, the game, the players.
Yeah, knight c4 looks also a very nice idea, Anna, to bring this knight on e3. And this knight from e3 gonna control very important f5 and d5 square. But here comes this question: what happens after take, queen b3 to hit the pawn e6 with a check, and also b7 pawn? If you play queen d7, then I can play knight g5. And is there knight d8 only move here for black?
It looks like that. It looks like that's the only way you can guard the pawns, and it seems very pretty, the setup for white. But it's also true that it only takes one move for black to chase the g5 knight away with a pawn push to h6. So if there's no further attack here, it might just be a temporarily very nice and attacking position, but there's no further push, no further progress you can make.
Right. So at this point here, Dominguez is taking his time. And now you know what happened yesterday. Aronian played the whole opening and the whole game. He was blitzing out. He had 1 hour and 37 minutes on the clock in very sharp position. So this also shows how well he is prepared for the Grand Prix.
Yeah, it was an incredible feat to even track simply his time usage and how far into the preparation he had everything already on his computer or his seconds or his team helping him and him. Of course, you still need to learn it. You still need to remember the moves, but he had it very well analyzed. A crazy chaotic line against Dominguez yesterday. I really enjoyed your commentary with Vishy. It's a pity that today you guys need to have me instead of Vishy, because I would want to be listening to Vishy. So hopefully he'll be back at some point. But it was amazing to have him as your co-host, Katie. And I remember where he said when he was comparing the two positions in terms of style of the opening, and one was the very classical, you would see it even a century ago, very traditional position, and the other one was like, he was like, if Steinitz and Capablanca walked into the room and they see this position, they would be like, what drugs are these two using? It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's the moment I completely lost myself, and it was like, did we just said that they are using drugs? Did you just wrong the drugs here?
Yeah, it was such a funny comment, but he was also so into analyzing that opening because, of course, it's a big theoretical debate. So all jokes aside, the line that was on the board yesterday, Aronian versus Dominguez, is a huge theoretical debate, and it shows how modern chess has changed thanks to the engines, because it's all just a lot of engine moves. And as Vishy called it, the space bar, the space bar opening, you just hit next move of the engine and see what's going to happen.
Vishy is just amazing with all this experience what he have, and he's very good at modern chess and using the computer, so he can clearly emphasize these two worlds of chess and also make a joke. But from my side, I can say, Anna, that I could not handle that situation too easily, and it was really ridiculous. Talking about the modern chess, we do have some updates in the other game. Let's very quickly jump back in here as black just brought the knight in the center, and this knight is well supported by its own pawns. So we have to check it out how we got in here. After knight b2, we had knight c6. Quite an unusual setup, right? This knight c6, usually we have knights right behind the c pawn, but he goes knight c6. D4 now. White also decides to change the pawn structure, lose one tempo as d3 has been played, now d4, and this allowed knight e4. After c3, we have a5 and knight e1. So it's some sort of stone wall that black is claiming here to get the knight strong in the center, and white just played knight e1. White's idea is to push f3 and e4 right away.
I'm taking a look at the database if this has ever been played, because knight c6 already is as you said, is not the most natural that the knight is placed in front of the pawn, but it's clearly with the intention of pushing the e pawn to e5. So instead of going for the c pawn push, you are ready to get both central pawns on the 5th rank and develop the light squared bishop through that newly open diagonal if you get to push e5. So Richard was like, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to prevent you from pushing e5. And the only way to prevent it was to move the same pawn that was already pushed one square and now lose a tempo, because that pawn could have gone to d4 in one go. So in that sense, it is a waste of time, but the knight wouldn't be on c6 if white had played d4 immediately. It's all about the little details when it comes to such high level chess. The current position after knight to e1 has still been featured at a very high level game, and that was Vladimir Kramnik with the white pieces against Levon Aronian a few years ago. They played this very same position, and even Richard with the white pieces had a game like this just a few years ago too. So this still could be preparation, as strange as it is, and it's not a main line, but it has been featured on very high level, and Richard himself had a game like this. So Hikaru also could have prepared this too.
Yeah, so basically Richard knows where he's going. He has played the game and he knows what can be the ideas in that position. So what I see here for white is f3 and then e4. Let's try to make some move like bishop d7. Very often this bishop goes on the side to find a better square. And for instance, f3 now, and if knight retreats back, white can push e4 immediately, or white can prepare a little bit. So can also bring knight on d3 to control e5 square. That looks very tempting position for white if we're gonna get this pawn structure, Anna, because after all, this pawn will be a little bit weaker. Is that a way black can avoid this f3-4 push by playing e5?
E5 seems to be the most critical now that the knight is no longer controlling the square. Black is ready to push, and I think that this is exactly why Hikaru took the chance, grabbed this moment to advance in the center, because it's now or never before this e5 push would be prevented. And that will mean that we are going from this stonewall structure, a very close structure, into a lot more dynamic and more open position after the trade on e5.
That's right. This pawns here and also knights in the center looks really lovely. And very likely here white wants to bring the knight either on d3 or can be also on f3 as the pawn structure change, and then to develop the bishop on f4. There can be some moves like to hit the center with c4 or queen c2 and then c4. But the thing is that after knight e1 and e5, here if white don't react, this pawn is hanging. And for instance, if white starts to claim that I'm okay in the center, maybe it will be under some sort of kingside attack with f4.
Yeah, it looks a bit scary, and also considering the piece placement of white with the knight on e1, the bishop was still stuck on c1. it doesn't feel like you will have the upper hand in a situation where suddenly files are about to open.
Right. Yes, looks very interesting. White keeps the push the knights. This can be met in the line where, for instance, bishop cannot take on d4, as this d4 pawn will be hanging, and black can take this knights, bring the bishop on c5. And look at this, if white has to play queen captures on d2, that's not the dream situation for white indeed.
No, it looks like something has already gone wrong in the opening when you see pieces like that, and it would also take quite a few more moves to regroup your pieces and adjust. The queen would need to move out of the way of the bishop, the knight has to leave the back rank. So it's a lot of time that white would need to make it back from this situation. I think after e5, most games, if not all games I see, featured the trade on e5, so white seems to have to take. And after knight takes e5, knight d3 is the main move that both Kramnik and Richard with the white pieces have gone for.
All right.
Will he follow his own game? Because now the question is, he certainly remembers, that's not the question part, but the question is, once you have played the game, and that was in 2019 when Richard had this very same position on the board, he definitely analyzed it later, and he may have found a thing or two. He may have had an idea that, oh, next time I would not go for this, but I'm gonna go for that. So it's also a lot about recalling your own analysis and trying to figure out also, what is Hikaru up to? What did he actually prepare this very same line? Is he still in the books? In terms of the time usage, I would say yes, both of them are still making the moves that they have analyzed. For Richard, it's his own game, but for Hikaru, he must have seen that game, I think.
Yeah, you would be surprised to learn what games they are. Even looking at these top grandmasters, they can see some game played any of the international masters or the grandmasters, because yeah, they do like to find the games and try to improve it. Anna, so look at this here. Rapport tried to change his line. Maybe this is his improvement. Instead of taking on e5, he goes here. Let me very quickly update. Knight to f3 from d3, hitting the pawn. If you take the pawn, I can take it back with the knight or with the pawn, and then my bishop is ready to develop. And look at this position, looks very nice for white, as all the pieces come together to fight the central squares. Also, the rook can come on c file, and this is very lovely stone wall setup. So after knight f3, black here remains the tension in the center and plays bishop f6, and white goes with e3.
So this is an almost new territory. We are down to one game in the database. Wait a second, no. Is this still Richard's game? How is that possible? He is following his own game. But I thought he took on e5 because that was the main move. There are only a few games for that position after the pawn push to e5. But in Kramnik's game, Kramnik versus Aronian, the trade happened on e5. So I was like, okay, that's the main move. But no, Richard didn't take in his game, and he is still following his own line with this knight d2 f3 and then the pawn push. So let's see, where will they deviate from that game, his own game?
Yeah, that's very interesting. That very likely he won that game. It was a very important game, and he felt that he wants to repeat the story.
Kitty, how do you know? I'm the one with the database in front of me, but you are calling it right. He won that game. He must have felt great about the game. His opponent wasn't the grandmaster. He played against a 2364 rated player, but still, it counts. It counts. So he is confident about this line.
Yes, so it's always like this, right, Anna? Whenever we play, if we have bad game, like, oh no, I'm not gonna play this again. But if you win and the game was pleasant and you found it like, well, I can do this often, then you're going to give a try once again. Was that game in classical chess or in online or
I
rocket?
believe it's classical. Let me take a look again if I can find it. In the Bundesliga, yeah, in 2019 in the German team championship.
All right, so here we have this position. Let's very quickly switch to the other game where we have Dominguez Aronian. Look at this, they're playing to be so shaky situation right now. After bishop e6, white here decided to capture this bishop. F takes c, those pawns are doubled, but they are controlling a very important central square, so black is fine with that. Also, additionally, there's semi-open f file, so black is completely fine with that. Bishop d2, developing move, but actually white wants to push b4 next move. That's why he needed the bishop to b. So after take takes, the pawn is guarded by the bishop. And this is the moment when Aronian actually took first on b4, and now he's pushing d5, trying to break the center, hitting on b4 pawn twice. White can only guard this once. And wow, this gets really into the sharp lines, and as white can
and look at his time management, Kitty. He is still gaining time instead of spending time. Levon Aronian has been so well prepared in this tournament. Yesterday in the crazy chaotic line that Dominguez chose against Wesley So earlier in the tournament, and he repeated it yesterday. Levon was ready and so well prepared with that f3 novelty. Today, he's got the black pieces, but he's just so confidently ready to not refute an opening, because you can't really refute the Italian or the Spanish. They are very traditional, classical openings, but to have the most critical responses, to equalize as soon as you can and be ready for just sometimes even the sharpest lines, because this is a bit of a chaos. There are hanging pawns everywhere. By pushing the d pawn, you're undermining your own e5 pawn. Those are doubled pawns on the e5, but so is the b4 pawn hanging. So it is not a slow and very classical position. There's a lot of dynamics in this variation, and he's ready. He's ready to go for it. I was checking the database after this b4 push, and Sergei Karyakin had a game for it against Yuri Krivoruchko at the Grand Swiss. So we are the Grand Prix, and that was the Grand Swiss in 2019. But in that game, Krivoruchko went for the trade on b4 and then pushed b5 to prevent white from pushing further on the queen side. And it didn't go very well for black. So Aronian is improving on that game and pushes d5 instead of b5.
He pushed his pawn really fast, and as you mentioned, that his time is extremely a lot now. He's playing on increments from starting moment. He has extra 5 minutes, so that basically means that he was blitzing out just like it happened yesterday. He even reached 37 minutes at some point. And in a very crazy position, and Vichy was telling us that he's bluffing big time. But
was he bluffing in the end? Was he bluffing?
It was his line. He knew it. He sacrificed the pawn with the check, and the engine was so confused with that and was going up and down, and obviously white had huge advantage.
I love that king maneuver, and it was featured on Gotham Chess's channel as a Guess the Elo, because it felt like it was two players who were maybe beginners or just like, aficionado, not really a grandmaster level, because no one castled. Black drops a rook to then have his king on d8, but white also refuses to castle, and the whole game was just so chaotic. You could barely believe this is super grandmaster chess, but that's what the engines have done to modern chess. And that move, that was brilliant when the king just started to walk toward the h1 square, even giving up the central d4 pawn with a check. Very, very good game by Levon Aronian, and that is how this match situation has become what it is. Aronian is in the lead. He only needs a draw today to qualify to the finals, which puts all the pressure on Dominguez. He has to play for a win no matter what.
Yeah, that's the only chance on for Dominguez. And when you are in the situation when you also need a draw, very often we play very passive. Like it happens in the game. Esipienko and Hikaru. Hikaru was in the situation when for him draw was also as good as the victory, but he played very passive. And out of miracle, he just defended at the best level. But his opening and also his move really showed how passive way he chose. But here in this game, we see that Aronian decided to be very open and to be very aggressive in his opening. And look at this, he's the one who is opening up all the files and the diagonals.
Yeah, he's certainly not afraid of a fight. He's confident. He has done a great job in the group stage. And I think this is also, again, just a very, very good event for Levon Aronian, who has played already many, many candidate tournaments. But I think he still wants to play it again and maybe get that ticket to challenge the world champion Magnus Carlsen. Of course, there's still a lot to come. This is only the first leg of the Grand Prix. And even if Hikaru and Levon Aronian will be the finalists, which so far seems likely, but it's not decided yet, even then, with them getting the top two players from here, getting the highest number of points, it does not mean anything. There's no guarantee you qualify unless you play your second tournament too very well. So every participant of the Grand Prix needs to play in 2 legs out of the 3, and that will decide who will be the last 2 participants for the candidates.
Yes, that's true, Anna. And also at this very strange times that we're living, also the top player, Dink Liran, had to skip the whole Grand Prix just for such a small issue, the visa issue. That's something that you can never predict, right? So the players really need to grab as much Grand Prix points as possible. And now we're just starting. The things are getting heated up in here, but we're going to take the first break. Coming back in a few minutes. Please don't go anywhere because this is getting really epic.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
And before we head to our coverage, let me just remind everybody that yesterday the Rapid Chess Championship has started, and today it will feature the knockout stage of the already qualified players, including Grandmaster Anish Giri, who woke up to a not very pleasant surprise on Twitter. More on that later on our show, but just make sure to remember that every weekend, starting from this Saturday and Sunday, you will see the top chess players in the world fighting for a prize pool of $150,000. It's a world-class, brand new online rapid chess event, and you will not want to miss it.
Yeah, what a mess in the chess world, Anna. Besides these two very important games, there is a lot of going on. You guys don't want to miss Rapid Chess Championship, where our co-commentators, Daniel Nardiski and Robert Harris, are taking over, and they are doing so well at the show. But also the main character of today's chess tweeters, Anish Giri, is having such a great performance. And I really wonder how strong is his how strong is he mentally to handle all this situation that he found himself this morning out of nowhere. He had an amazing event yesterday. He totally led the Rapid Championship, and then he went to sleep. He woke up and he's in a huge mess out of nowhere. And today he has very important day and very important battle as well. So what's happening here in the chess world is I'm struggling to find the words, Anna, to do any comment about this.
For those of you who missed the news, and we are going to get back to the Grand Prix games in a second, but what we are discussing is that Anish Giri's account, his Twitter account, has been hacked. It was hacked this morning at around 5 a.m. So Anish was still fast asleep and only a few hours into his account being hacked, and that account sending out not very nice tweets about other chess players, sending out not very nice DMs. I received one too, apparently at 5 a.m., but I was asleep too. So I had no idea what I'm being called by Anish. That's a lot has happened during the night. And when Anish woke, he realized that his Twitter was hacked. He since managed to regain access of his own Twitter, and hopefully with the new password or security that he put on his account, it will not happen again. But we understand this wasn't the most pleasant surprise for Anish, who did amazingly yesterday in the Rapid Chess Championship, and he will be back in just 2.5 hours, less than 2.5 hours, to fight in the knockout stage today.
All the best from our side to you, Anish. Let's wish him to handle all the situation really fast. But it was so funny when you received this, you see this message right before some seconds of the show, and we had some problem to put together and not to laugh at the beginning. But yeah, that's the reality we're having right now. Anna, let's go back to our games. We do have very important round now. This is the path to the World Championship match. You know, this game can be so important, one of those players, and there are a lot of money on the table too. All these games are really costly, and you can get the maximum price, 24,000 euro, or you can get really, really low. So it really matters on each of these games. So let's once again go really deep into these lines. And which game would you like to start first? Dominguez Aronian or
I think since we
Nakamura.
have this already on our screen, the Dominguez Aronian game right after knight c2, we could discuss what happened. It's only a one move difference. We left it before the break at d5, which seems to have been Levon Aronian's preparation. He's still playing so fast, so confidently in a line that is not the main line, so it's not that common to see. And yet he's so well prepared. He pushed d5 instead of Krivoruchko's b5, the game that we were referencing from the database, Karyakin versus Krivoruchko at the Grand Swiss a few years ago. d5 seems to be a better approach, and knight c2 was the choice of Dominguez after quite some thinking. So it no longer seems to be his preparation. Let's see how deep is Levon Aronian's preparation. This is the first time in the game he's actually spending some time to think.
That's well spotted, and he is down to 32 minutes now. He's about 2 minutes, 3 minutes now in this line, and I was just curious what happens after e takes d5. This move looks very tempting to me, as the pawn on e5 will be hanging if white captures this with a pawn and remains the strong pawn structure in the center. White might think of capture on e5, then get the rook on e5. Unless here is some tactical motive, this might look fine, or there can be some line where black can capture this pawn with the queen to keep the threat on d3 as well as on b4. So this is the two lines. I think queen d5 here makes the sense, as well as the pawn is guarded by this queen. And white might find difficult to just guard both of these pawn. I'm sure white never played to get the queen on b1, as it might be hit by e4 or rook d8. And this is clearly the bigger weakness than the pawn on e5. So after some thought, knight was brought back on c2. This looks quite calm move, as b4 now is not hanging, and there will be no problems for d3 pawn as well.
Yes, this seems to be the better choice. This e takes d5 line reminded me, by the way, Kitty, of another Aronian game, because he's not afraid of leaving those pawns doubled and isolated. I mean, that's the last Aronian game we covered together. Do I remember that? Well, we were just surprised how oftentimes it looks like the natural capture would be with the pawn. Of course, you want to straighten your pawn structure. But on this super grandmaster level, there's no such thing as this is the more natural. They always know when it's okay to go against a rule or against a rule of thumb. And in this case, queen takes d5. I agree with you that would be the more critical one, leaving the d file open for the black heavy pieces and hitting the d3 pawn, as well as still attacking on b4. And for that reason, Dominguez didn't want any of this, didn't take the pawn on d5, but instead guarded his b4 pawn with knight to c2. And Levon is still thinking, which perhaps means that we are out of the preparation for both of these superstars. This is now just time to enjoy the current position. And by enjoying the current position, I think Levon Aronian is the one that will be the happier player here. He won yesterday, meaning that Dominguez is in a must-win situation. But this position for a must-win situation, I don't know. I think Levon is very much in control here, and it seems to be just a dynamic balance position.
Yeah, I agree with that too, Anna. The Aronian should not be unhappy for this. For now, after knight c2, the threat can be to take on d5 and then to take on e5. As now knight c2 changed a lot before pawn is not hanging. If black pushes the pawn d4, this might not be the best move here, as black gives up the control over c4 square. White's next move can be something like rook b1, and to get the knight back on a3 and c4 to target e5 pawn. And in this case, those pawns can be under attack. Queen can come on b3, knight can come on c4 and hit over here. So closing the center is not in Levon's favor. He has to keep this tension in the center. However, he has to guard e5 pawn. It can be by the queen, it can be by the bishop. Bishop d6 also makes sense here, just to hold the position and ask white, like, okay, what's now? Like, what's your next moves?
Yeah, and another thing that has been renewed as a threat is the pawn push of white to b5. Earlier with the knight on a3, I think those lines never really worked, because once the a5 would open up, that a3 knight was going to be hanging both by the bishop of black and the rook. So now that the knight is on c2, b5 suddenly is quite the real threat. And if you get to chase away the c6 knight, it's the same issue. The e5 pawn will have less of a protection. It might not be collapsing immediately, although there's a lot to calculate here, because the e5 too can be opened up at any point if you capture on d5 in the right moment to then take the pawn on e5.
Yeah, this can be some lines that both players are now calculating, as still a lot of things are happening. Knight can capture b5. There can be some moves like queen b6 to attack f2, as this file is semi-open. But that's a very good point. And after knight c2, white can consider to push b5 here. Do you think Levon's improvement was to push d5 first and now to push b5?
It could be that he will play b5 now, and as we mentioned it, he already has pushed the pawn. So b5, very strong move to stop white from pushing b5, and also fixing that pawn, the white pawn on b4, so that it will be a permanent weakness that white needs to hold on to and defend.
All right, we might see the a b, rook takes, queen takes, and e takes d5. This is the critical line that white can consider here, as the pawn on e5 will be hanging. What's happening here, Anna? Can black capture with a knight and just take this pawn if white gets the e5?
It's again a good question whether black can go for this, because the b4 pawn is hanging, but also the e5 opening up means that the e6 pawn and even the b5 pawn would be hanging if the rook gets to e5. So it's a lot to calculate, and that's the reason why both players have been spending quite some time to make sure that these variations are okay to enter. I think Aronian has calculated all this, and the simplification, if it gets to simply just more and more exchanges with either player having the same amount of pawns and pieces on the board, if it's just a simplified version of the previous middle game, it's Aronian who will be happy, because the simpler the position, the closer to a draw, the closer to a qualification. He only needs a draw today. Doesn't mean he will not start playing for a win if he gets a chance, but he's the one who can be just very confidently waiting for white to say, show me what you got.
Yeah. Look at this variation, and I just I found really interesting engine line over here. Like after knight c5 and b5, ab, and rook takes on a8 can be just forced moves. Also e takes d5, this forces black to take with a knight. You don't want to take with a pawn, as a white is simply getting extra pawn, and look at this pawn structure, and black has nothing coming up. So knight takes d5 to counterattack on b4 weakness. White takes the knight on e5. You mentioned that if black takes on e5, rook gets here, and those pawns gonna be hanging. So black can take on b4, and after some trades here, bishop takes, knight takes on b4. This is all immediate moves, right? It can be forced up to this point, where now queen attacks the knight and the pawn with a check. But here, look at this move, queen a2.
Whoa, puzzle rush moment. And if the knight were taken on b4, that's the typical checkmate in puzzle rush that you often get with the queen sacrifice. Beautiful pattern. Queen a2 saves the day then in that position of the queen b3. Do you think Aronian had calculated all the way to queen a2? Because I would predict yes.
I think either he calculates this or he knows these ideas here.
And oftentimes it's their intuition too, that they know that there's gonna be something. They know that with the f2 pawn being vulnerable and the rook already on the semi-open file, the queen, the black queen, ready to enter the position even further, they know that there's gonna be a solution. In this case, I feel like it's also possible that he has calculated the entire line, because it's a pretty forcing line. All the captures go one after the other, and there aren't too many deviations.
That's Very funny line. We're gonna know if they're going to that way or white will find the other way around. Let's get to the Nakamura and Rapport and see what do we have there, Anna. I see we do have some pawn moves. So the last moment we checked this was when white played e3 and white claimed that, okay, I might have a bit of passive pieces, but I have very strong center and I will start to improve the situation of my pieces. So here black went with b6. He wants to get this bishop from this diagonal to give some threat. And after knight d3, we do have rook e8. Rook e8, it was also pretty much forced as now white threatens to take the e5 pawn. So I think if black was still pushing on this diagonal, white could just take on e5. And in this case, if black just gives up two pieces for rook is just not right. These two bishops can be monsters after some time. And that's what black avoided by playing rook on e8. And I love how black is keeping these pawns in the center and how he's keeping very strong center.
Yeah, it's an extended center, so it also takes more care and more defense is needed so that none of those pawns will fall. But very nicely done by Hikaru that he's holding on to this mobile center, not wanting to take on d4, waiting for white to capture on e5. And he is just simply strengthening it as much as he can. After rook e8, white played rook e1. And bishop a6 now. There's no pin anymore, but the bishop is still very useful, putting pressure on the d3 knight. I just wanted to point out, because we were earlier relying on a game of Richard. This position, he already played a few years ago, and it was all the same up to move 11, e3, where Hikaru decided to push b6. That's the moment when the game deviates and there's no further games in the database. Richard's opponent from the game that we were talking about, and Richard won that game. He had a good experience, so he repeated this line. There, black played king h8, which doesn't seem to be the most critical. So Hikaru has improved on that game, pushes b6 instead, and the current position looks a lot like a dynamic balance where everyone is waiting in the center. Who's gonna be the one that cracks? Who will have to take first, either on d4 or on e5, because you can't hold on forever with this much pressure.
No, you can't really hold forever. Now what I can see here, black is maybe threatening. Let's make a move like some random move a4, and black can already start to push the pawns forward, capture knight f2 or even g3 pawn. So like after taking f2, maybe there is queen f5 and engine would not approve us, but how about to take here and then to push e4 and get the piece back. So this can be the line which black can consider, but also already that there is some sort of character of the tactics here means that these two players gonna feel really comfortable, because we know that Richard Rapport is very strong in these complicated positions where lots of tactics are there, as well as Hikaru. So we might see some fireworks coming here.
Very true, very true. And one of the main questions here for Richard's position is, how do you continue developing your pieces? The main questionable piece at the moment, I feel like, is the c1 bishop, because you can't just place it on d2. The d3 knight would be hanging. And you also cannot push your b pawn to fianchetto the bishop because the c3 pawn is hanging. So what do you do in order to develop this bishop? How can white proceed?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And it's makes me think maybe white should be the one who should break this trading silence here. Another thing which I just witnessed is that knight c3 is a serious threat here, and then e4, and to start to fork these two pieces. So how about to get rid of the some of the pieces and try to play in this position and try to develop the bishop in here.
I agree with you that it's time to make some kind of a commitment, and in a position like this that you're showing, even hanging the pawn on c3 would simply be a nice trick, because once that pawn is taken, too many black pieces are hanging. So this would be a way to develop the bishop and get the pair of bishops. At the same time, the knight on e4 is so strong that I don't think Hikaru would be afraid of this pair of bishops. It's still quite a closed position with very active black pieces. So if anyone, maybe black would still be happier here with the situation, with the position on the board.
Yeah, I agree with that too. The knight completely dominates here, and black should not be worried about pair of bishop, because this knight is really strong in the center. And I was just recalling this very typical idea in Catalan, when white pushes very often c5 to lock the bishop over b7. So black can do the same here and then push the pawn just to make sure that this bishop never see the light, and then you can just improve the position of this bishop. There's no question that the dark square bishop of white is worse than the black slight square bishop, and any point, just imagine this position can be a total nightmare for white.
Yeah, that's a very good point, that there would be a strategic idea like this to try to shut down the diagonal. Whether it works immediately or it is a plan that Hikaru could go for in the long run would be the question after the trades on e5. For now, Richard is still considering whether he should give in and take on e5, or does he have any other way of dealing with this pressure on d3 and the tactical patterns that can arise from the knight from e4 jumping away with a sacrifice, and then pawn to e4, baby fork, as we learned it from Jake in PogChamps. That baby fork is a big threat here.
Yeah, I like that. And that was my biggest trick when I started to play chess as a kid. My grandma taught me how to play chess, and every time I was giving her a baby fork, which basically means that you sacrifice a knight and you're taking knight back. So you don't really win too much, maybe one pawn or not even sometimes. She was resigning after that baby forks, and I was like, yes, that's what
baby
I
fork
need. I
for
need
the
to give
win.
her forks all the time.
I didn't know the baby fork was this powerful, especially as you said, if you give up a piece to then win it back, it's still the same amount of pieces, but it's terrifying when you look at that baby fork. And here it's strong. You're right that here it will be very strong. The pawn pushed to e4. So another way to deal with it, one we have already discussed, whether to take on e5, or if Richard doesn't want to go for that trade in the center, he could try, instead of this capture, maybe knight b4 to trade the c6 knight and get out of this fork pattern. So if the knight from d3 jumps to b4 instead of trading on e5, that would be another way to deal with the threat of Hikaru. I wonder which one he will go for, but in both cases, I feel like black is all right.
Yeah, this is very interesting idea, Anna, to double the pawns on b5. Today we're talking about the double pawns. In the center, there was quite okay as the pawns were controlling the main squares, but also in this line, white seems to be okay with the double pawns, as white has now a very clear plan to get the rook on c file and start to attack the pawn, and the c pawn cannot really find any better square. c6 will be also under attack, and c5 will change the pawn structure completely. So this double pawns on b file, I think that's can be really good for white. It's not really like a weakness on the side.
Yeah, at the same time, it takes time to go for all these knight jumps and trades, with black being the one who is ahead in development. And if Hikaru can take advantage of this and continue with powerful moves that create threats, such as queen to d6, for instance, just to say hello to the b4 pawn, whether it will be guarded or not and such. I feel like either this position or with the trade on e5, whichever Richard chooses, I think Hikaru is happy with what he got out of the opening. And again, a reminder on the match format, we are in the knockout stage. This is the semifinals, and Hikaru won yesterday's game. So he is the one who is here to tell his opponent prove yourself, show me what you've got, because I'm leading in the match. And if we make a draw today, I'm qualifying to the final. So all the pressure on Richard Rapport and all the pressure on Lenier Dominguez today because of the match situation.
Yeah, I agree with this. It might be so tense for these two players. As for the first time, we do have a knockout system in the Grand Prix. Earlier, it was a round robin Swiss tournament, and they had some days to recover. And now, after even one unlucky game, you might find it really difficult to recover next day, and especially you have to play against the same opponent as the other day. So it's a little bit tough for players to cover from the losses, but well, they are so experienced and they have been in similar situations so often and so many times that maybe for them this is not an issue. I don't know.
Yeah. And the same goes for Hikaru and Levon, of course. Just because they are leading in the match, it doesn't mean that they can do whatever. They will be playing their very best chess. They want to keep making always the best possible ideas, the best possible plans, but they are the ones with the draw odds today. And that is huge when it comes to such high level, because I think even if we talk about the level where we compete or lower level, PogChamps, I love PogChamps, it's one of my favorite events, but it's more likely at events like PogChamps that there can be twists and turns and ups and downs, and the game changes 15 times within 2 minutes. Not on Super Grandmaster level. The very best chess players in the world are extremely consistent. Their consistency is one of their biggest traits. And that means that the term that chess is a draw, and we see a lot of draws at classical chess tournaments or at the very highest level, how many draws, how often we see that there's no decisive result. It's for a reason. They play almost perfect, if not perfect chess. And it's so difficult to outplay someone if they don't ever make a mistake. Maybe they make not the number 1 engine move, but number 2 or number 3. So there could be inaccuracies, but mistakes, especially in classical chess, are so rare. They don't blunder.
Agree with you. I really agree with you. And also, it's quite often the topic to discuss the number of the draws at the elite tournament and at the high level chess. It's not because they are like besties and they want to share the points and the prizes. It's just because it's too strong power for both sides, and they very good adopted engines and the work with engines, so they know these very small details. And you know what I also noticed, like at some tournaments, they don't want to show their best preparation, and they're keeping them at the very best. For instance, at the candidates, they might show this, and not at some open tournament or at some Swiss tournament. They might not show their best weapons, but instead at the right moment. So lots of things, lots of thoughts from chess players and lots of strategies. And at this level, those players are not alone. They have a group of people who are helping, seconds, managers, and this is really good to be in this circle, and to be one of the elite players, to have this luxury that you are not alone. You have people who can take care of and just tell you, like, no, don't play this. This is your main weapon. Just use it at the right time. If you can
keep it for when you play against Magnus at the World Championship. Yes. Keep your best. But as you said, it's also about which event is how important. And for that, the Grand Prix is very important to all of these participants, because if you want the ticket to the candidates tournament, this is the last way to qualify. Quick recap on what's the World Championship cycle. How does it work? The candidates tournament determines who will be the challenger of the current world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus is there waiting to see who's going to be his next opponent. But in order to play the candidates, you need to qualify. It's not just whoever is friends with the organizers, you get an invite. No, you need to fight your way in. And there's only 2 last tickets left that will go to the top 2 players of the Grand Prix. The Grand Prix, this in Berlin is the first leg of the Grand Prix, but it means 3 events in total, the Grand Prix for this year, starting right after the Berlin leg, only a week or so after. There will be the second leg already and a third leg right after. So every participant who wants an in for the candidates, they need to perform extremely well in 2 events, 2 legs of the Grand Prix, and only then you prove yourself to be ready to be there. It's so tough, the qualification system.
It is so tough. It is so tough. We do have last 2 spots free now, empty, that only 2 players from this tournament has a chance to get in, and the other players, starting from Ali Reza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan Krzysztof Duda, and they had such a hard time to get in there. They won World Cups. They were like runner-ups of the World Championship match and Grand Swiss, and that's how they got in there. And this tournament, on the other hand, the Grand Prix, the players, 24 players overall in all these 3 Grand Prix, it's really tough call. It's really tough call, and the winner of this and the second place definitely deserves the spot at the candidates tournament, which will be this summer in June, and can't wait to see already, because there's always a lot of speculations. Who can beat Magnus Carlsen? Who's the one who can beat the Magnus Carlsen? So that's always the main topic in chess world. And very likely we are going to see all the actions this summer. But before that, we have to end this second round of the semifinals. Why don't we take a very short break? There's a lot of updates in the other game, but we have seen that. And by the time we're back, we might already see our beloved Queen E2 on the board. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, at FIDE Grand Prix Semifinals Day 2. We do have 2 games in progress. But in the game of Dominguez and Aronian, they are playing so fast and we have so much of the moves there, Anna. Let's quickly get there and then we can come back at the game of Dominguez, at the game of Rapport and Hikaru. So in here, we are almost reaching to the end game, as after a b5, white captured on b5, rooks were also traded, and knight takes d5, knight took on a central e5 pawn, and this is the position we're still having here. So, Anna, once again, let's show to our viewers this fancy line over here after trading on b4. If white attacks the knight and e6 pawn at the same time, it's a double threat. There is queen a2, really strong move, hitting on f2, also guarding e6 pawn. And this is something that we will not see in this game for sure, but we can see on the screen. And Anna, if black takes the queen and then attacks b5 pawn, here this pawn can be become really annoying, as it can be pushed forward, starting with rook b8, or black can also start rook c8 to activate the rook first and then to push the pawn.
Yeah, it looks like if anyone has chances in this endgame, it would be black with the outside pass pawn, the b pass pawn, as you mentioned. This is the line we analyzed before the break, and it's on the board. Queen a2 is such a beautiful tactical pattern, and that is the move that justifies this whole line, because if after queen b3, there is no such thing as queen a2, black would actually be in trouble with the b4 hanging knight, the e6 pawn hanging with a check, and b5 too is vulnerable. So this queen a2 is the glue in the position, as sometimes Hikaru calls this kind of situations, the glue here, queen a2, and that means that black is more than fine. So let's see what Dominguez will decide to do after knight takes b4. I think we see bishop takes b4 as his choice, and after knight takes b4, he played knight to d4. Still very exciting. There aren't too many pieces on the board, but there are quite many vulnerable spots. And instead of taking twice on b4, he chose to capture once and then play knight to d4. So after black takes on b4 with the knight takes b4.
I'm sorry, I got so confused. Let me very quickly update.
No, you're doing great. You're doing great. It was bishop takes b4. Yeah, this is our line. Sorry,
okay.
Get it. One more move back. I'm confusing you. White took on b4 with the bishop.
Okay.
And then Aronian took on b4 with the knight.
Okay.
And now knight d4. This is how we got here. This is how we got to our live position, with the knight attacking both b5 and the e6 pawns.
I got really confused, as when I'm refreshing the board, it gives me still the position where the bishop is on d2 and the knight on d5. Yeah. And I was like, where Anna can see these moves?
It sometimes happens with our system, but now we are up to date, and we shall see how Aronian defends those pawns. It doesn't seem to be that difficult of a task. The first move that comes to mind is probably queen to d5. That would guard both pawns and attack the knight on d4. I don't know if this is the best move, but it seems very natural to think about a response like this.
I love this move. Just putting things together, attacking the knights, and what's also very important, d3 can be black's target now if knight moves away. Let's say here black can start to push the pawns, the heavy pieces on the file, and then attack the knight as well, and the d3 pawn might be black's target. Let me try once again.
Sorry, I'm the one who was seeing the analysis line. Oh no, I confused the live board, but it's saying live position, so it's telling us that the live position is this, but it's not. It's just goodness me, it's a broadcastception. So our moves, the ones we were analyzing, have become the fake live moves, but the real live move was actually knight takes b4. I'm really sorry for the confusion. At this rate, I don't know what's real and what's not real.
Yeah, that's this funny situation we have over here. We're gonna fix that really, really quickly. But the most important here is that there is not big of the blunders or something, but this is really tough task for Dominguez to get something out of this position, and it's not much.
It's not much, and it's a must-win situation, as we already mentioned. In the semifinals is the cruel reality of a knockout stage, because Aronian won yesterday his game in that extremely complex and chaotic opening that Dominguez went for. It is now Lenier Dominguez who has to win. And the more pieces are traded, the more simplified the position, the less likely that he will find a sparkle, something that he could play for, even if it's just a tiny imbalance. I don't even claim advantage, it's just about finding something that you could play for. It's a very tough situation for Dominguez, and I think he knows that this is going to be an almost mission impossible. It feels like when you're facing Levon Aronian at one of his best tournaments recently. He has been playing excellent chess at the Grand Prix. On the other board, if we also take a quick look at a very similar match situation, Hikaru Nakamura leading against Richard Rapport after yesterday's win. And today it is Rapport who has to play for a win. But at least what's on the board is a lot of pieces and still many things that can either go right or wrong. I feel like Rapport, because of the middle game position that they have on the board, he has better chances to try to make a comeback. Not easy against Hikaru. Hikaru has had an amazing event and is in great shape, but at least there's more material on the board.
I agree with this, Anna, that Rapport has more chances if we compare these two games, as all of the things are still in on the board. I think no piece has been traded yet.
No, you're
we have
right.
Everything.
We
have everything
on the board. Yeah, and we were wondering in this moment before bishop to h3, we thought it was a very critical decision to take, whether white will capture the pawn on e5 and release some of the tension in the center, or would Rapport go for knight to b4, move this knight out of the tactical patterns of the fork? Because what it feels like is that after bishop a6, there are serious threats of Hikaru sacrificing the knight, the e4 knight, so that you would have that square available for your pawn push and win the piece back. Either knight takes c3 or knight takes f2 or knight takes g3. Of course, it needs calculation, and if knight takes f2, the knight can take on f2. So not every move works. Sometimes you would take on d3 with the bishop, other times you would calculate just the knight sacrifice. But there's a lot going on because of that tension. So Richard didn't go for the trade on e5 and didn't move the knight away. He says the f5 pawn is hanging too, but man, this looks so much. It feels like Black doesn't really need to worry about the pawn too much, does he?
I like this move, bishop h3, because at least now Black is starting to spend some time and get himself busy in defense rather than to start to attack this and start to calculate these lines. I know it usually works this way, but we never know how Hikaru's brain is working, because it's a different level, and we have seen a lot of his games just playing like engine. We have seen also his sacrifice yesterday, bishop g6, which was out of nowhere. He just sacrificed the piece. It was the best decision. What I like about bishop h3 here is that you attack f5 pawn, you provocate Black to play g6, and in those lines, if we get which we talking, just imagine if white opens up this diagonal at any cost. You can even sacrifice a pawn for this. When the bishop gets on this diagonal and the queen gets on this diagonal, there are a lot of squares that Black has to cover, and without bishop, it will be just impossible to do. So that's the story behind this new bishop h3. He's provocating Black to push g6, and this is, at this point, we might get this situation where there's not a tactics here, but you have to like improve the position and just find the better squares. And the moment white develops the bishop and gets the control over this diagonal, it will be a huge advantage for white. So if not g6, then you have to play some move like queen d7. And who would like to play queen d7 or queen c8 to guard this f pawn? Look at this pin.
True.
That white will find himself on.
I thought white didn't have the time to do this because it felt like the threats with the fork were so strong. But I guess Richard's point is that if we play through any of the earlier lines that we were calculating, with the knight sacrifice, for instance, if bishop takes d3, either sacrificing the knight first or going for this. But in every situation, it will be that black wins the piece back, but then they have 5 pawn drops. So you are actually not gaining anything out of this line. Interesting how this one tiny bishop move can, in a way, prevent the fork. It doesn't have anything to do with the e4 pawn push itself, but it creates an extra threat, an additional threat for white, meaning that white will lose the knight after black sacrifices it. So it's just going to be a trade-off knight. But on top of that, you get to capture on f5, and none of these lines will work then for Hikaru. I possibly underestimated how annoying this bishop is on h3.
Yeah, I think that's the right word to call it out. Bishop h3, annoying move. You just don't really attack something because this pawn will be guarded for sure. Black will not give up this pawn. It's one of the important pawns. But Black has to spend some time and he has to worry. Is he going to weaken these dark squares? Because this center is under detention and the pawns are really blocked. Pawns can't go forward. These pawns will be traded at some point. Or you have to play queen d7 and to put the queen on this diagonal. That's the task that here Richard Rapport created for Black and gives us more joy to see. Yeah, shall we?
I don't know if, sorry, I think I just saw earlier a comment in the chat that was that Hikaru was shaking his head. I don't know if it was about this position, but if it happened here after bishop h3, I think we understand it. Now that we have gone into more depths of what's going on after bishop h3, it's not like it refutes Black's position, but it does create more problems for Black. And as you said, Ketty, if Black has to push g6, then you are weakening the dark squares to such extent that white will then want to take on e5, get rid of the dark square bishop, and in the future, not that near future, you still need a move or two to develop your bishop, but if that bishop makes it to the long diagonal, that's gonna be a very powerful piece. So this is now thinking time for Hikaru. Do I commit to pushing the pawn and weakening all the dark squares forever? Or will I step into the diagonal with queen d7? Because there aren't too many other moves that would guard the pawn.
Yeah, I agree with that. There is also some move like knight d6, but this knight covers the file and the d5 pawn will be hanging as the queen cannot really guard d5 anymore. So knight d6 is out of the candidate moves. And what I really see here, queen d7, g6, or maybe Black can always include bishop trade to the knight. But this is a really very, you need to go very deep into the position to decide to give up the bishop for the knight and to understand which piece is better. The bishop is better or the knight is better. So that's the solution. That's the question that Hikaru has in his mind, and he has to find some solution for this. He's down to 58 minutes. He has less than 1 hour, and Rapport seems to be, I could say in his books, but we know he's in his books because Anna has this power tool where he sees the statistics, and we know he's in books.
Yeah, he has been repeating his own game. Of course, at some point you still will be on your own, and b6 was a new move. It wasn't exactly what the Rapport had on the board a few years ago. It still could mean that he is comfortable in this type of position. And before this bishop h3, I really thought I would pick black in this position. I think it's very comfortable after bishop a6. You've got the threats of the pawn push to e4 after the knight sacrifice. It looks scary. But now the bishop a3, which is a move I completely missed. I didn't understand even, like, is it that strong? It also makes the f3 knight more vulnerable. So you feel a bit like the pieces are so loose. There's a knight on d3, there's a knight on f3. Can it work? But if it works, it is actually a very important detail that can give Richard that the tiny initiative that he might be able to grab. He has to play for a win. Remember, he is also trailing in this match. He lost yesterday, and it's only a match of 2 games. So today is the final day of the semifinals, unless there will be tiebreakers. Tiebreaker would be tomorrow. So who knows? But both Rapport and Dominguez need to win today to tie the score.
Absolutely, Anna. Judging from the first tie breaks at this tournament, we had such a big joy at commentating it and to see it. I really wish to have one tomorrow. But for players in the interviews, some of them mentioned that I think it was Richard Rapport who said that it took so much of energy from him. He really needs to recover from for the classical portions of the tournament that he had to continue next day. We do have a trade of the bishop, and earlier I said it's just you need to go deep in this position and understand why to give up the light square bishop for the knight. And maybe the answer is that after some trades, let's just make a trade over here. Black wants to keep the dark square bishop, just in any case, if the king if this diagonal becomes weak, he has very powerful bishop over here, and that's very useful for black. So he made a decision to give up the light square bishop, which was looking really good. But let's be honest, if knight goes from d3, there is not much to do for this bishop. On the other hand, dark square bishop can be really useful for black to guard the king, and for any other kind of play. Black can start some kind of kingside attack or push the pawns in the center. And what's more important, the task for white to develop the bishop on b2 is even harder now. 2 pieces are hitting on c3.
Yeah, I agree with you that this was a very smart move order by Hikaru to now trade the light squared bishop in order to preserve the dark squared bishop forever. It wasn't an immediate threat. It wasn't like he had to, but it was the clearest way of forcing this line where if white takes on e5, this didn't happen yet, but if Rapport were to trade on e5, we will reach the position that Kathy has showed. And this is the moment where you can clearly see the difference. The dark square bishop on the board versus if it was, let's say, that bishop being on b7, and white would have all the comfort and time in the world to develop the c1 bishop, place it on the long diagonal and start attacking black. With the bishop on e5, this c1 bishop is a lot more difficult to develop. And even if you develop it, it will still not be nowhere near as powerful as if black did not have a counter to it, a dark square bishop too. So this is certainly the most critical way to play, and Hikaru has already chosen to do so, and then defended the pawn on f5 with the queen from d7.
Yes, this move after the current position, this position, what we had on the board is very likely to happen. But now we see the bar goes all the way up, and it's like, oh, why is that? And the answer to this is that now white has some tactic. White has f3. This attacks the knight, and wherever the knight goes, either f5 or d5 pawn will be hanging. So this is not very smart capture from black. And instead of this, black can take with the rook. Still the same problems for white here. And after f3, now knight is free to jump wherever knight wants on c5 and g5. And the point is that the rook from 5th rank perfectly well guards both pawns on f5 and d5.
Very important detail, Katie, that you pointed out with the rook on e5. Much important for the defense and also for the attack later if the other rook can join on the e5. So you are ready to bring your rook either to the e file or to the f file. I like this position a lot for black, but again, I've been changing my mind from move to move because both of them are posing some really critical questions to the other. Now, bishop h3 looked like quite an annoying move, and now after bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, and queen d7, we see that the trade on e5 for white wouldn't be that beneficial, if it would be beneficial at all. So Rapport has to find something else. Is it time for him to develop that c1 bishop, and what's the best way to develop it?
That's a good question. Maybe this is the right time to do it, as the c pawn is not hanging anymore, as the queen is on the right place. Although I would be really scared of the move like g5, g4, f4. We might have this kind of attack on the king side started by black.
It's a very brave move, but I think it's justified by how much ahead is black in development. All the pieces, almost every single piece except for the a8 rook, are in the game, while white is still struggling to finish the development of the queen side, the c1 bishop and this a1 rook. Even the e1 rook is not doing that much, although it has been moved. So in terms of the activity of black's pieces, it certainly is justified that you take a chance to use your lead in development to create something concrete and go for the attack.
Yes, I agree with that. And this is a position where white has a pair of bishop, but the domination of black's pieces are just superior over this pair of bishop. And I have something to show you and impress you. Look at this. Oh no, queen d5 was played. And okay, now it makes sense.
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's very similar, but not the same. Let's show the difference, Katie.
Yeah, the difference, Anna, is that white at this point, like, decided to capture with a bishop, with the knight, not the bishop. And in these lines, we had no bishop on the second rank. So f2 was hitting. And in the current situation, what we have now after queen b3, if you play queen a2, at least this is not hanging. And even though I like this position more, maybe black was worried about the situation of the knight, as knight is out of the moves. There's no any move for the knight, and white might start to attack this with rook b1, rook b2. Knight can also get on c6. So this very likely was the reason that Aronian didn't play queen a2, but instead he found move queen d5, which also looks quite decent.
Queen d5 makes perfect sense here, now that the second rank wasn't available all the way to f2. Offering a queen trade, so white does not have time to capture the knight on b4 because b3 is hanging. And if there's a trade on d5, again, it's leading to simplifications that black wants. Aronian leading in this match, he only needs a draw to qualify to the finals. So all the pressure on Dominguez to try to keep some material on the board and not have to make a quick draw. But how do you do it? How?
That's a good question, how to do it. If you retreat your queen and you don't have much of the choices with white's queen, that allows black to then improve the position of the rook and attack this weakness here. This has been always a weakness here on f2. Maybe not right away, maybe not a direct way, but yeah, black can do it and can improve the position of the bishop. And I don't know why white is better here with this pass pawn. Black can always start to move the knight at the better square and push the pawn forward.
Yeah, it's quite a hard decision for Dominguez because of all that you have mentioned, Ketty, and it is black who will start playing for a win if you let the black pieces be so dominant. This queen on d5 is extremely well placed, so the most natural thing would be to trade it. But again, the more simplified the position, the more likely that we are heading toward a quick draw, which will mean that Dominguez would be eliminated. So of course he will want to try to prevent this, but there's so much you can do. Sometimes if the position doesn't have any further play in it and you can only, if anything, worsen your position, it's it's just a moment when he might want to say, I tried, I couldn't. Congratulations, Levon. Tough situation for Dominguez to be in, but I think we will take a quick break and leave it with a cliffhanger for you guys to see. Will Dominguez trade queens? Will he keep it on the board and try to see if there's still some life in the position? Can he do it? He needs to play for a win against Levon Aronian.
Yes, we're coming back after a short break.
Title Tuesdays is now 2 weekly tournaments with triple the prices, totaling over $250,000 a year. Tune in each week at 8 a.m. and at 2 p.m. Pacific to see your favorite title players battle it out right here at chess.com. And with Title Tuesdays, Katie, the main question is always, will Hikaru play at Title Tuesdays if he has the Grand Prix on their way and he has to play 2 events at the same time?
That's a good question, Nana. We all remembered the first day in February when we had a Title Tuesday. He won both tournaments. He played in the morning, then he played in the evening, and he won 2 tournaments, 2 Title Tuesdays in one day, which is incredible performance. But he is a Title Tuesday king, and he has won a lot of weeks. And now he's here at this tournament and having a very good situation, Anna. He's not the one who has to worry to make a draw, to play really a sharp position, to have some chances. No, for him, there are 2 results. Draw is just perfectly fine for Hikaru here.
Exactly. And the reason why Katie says that Hikaru is in a great situation in terms of the match as well, great shape from what we have seen in the group stage, but also great situation, is because of the match format being 2 games. It's 2 classical games. Yesterday, Hikaru won his game against Richard Rapport and Levon Aronian won his game against Lanier Dominguez, which means that both of these players, Aronian and Nakamura, only need a draw today to qualify to the finals. That is a huge pressure, both on Rapport and on Dominguez. And I'm more worried about Dominguez because the current situation on the board is a very simplified middle game, which or possibly is more an end game than a middle game. They have traded so many pieces. Is there still any life in this position, or he will have to agree to a draw soon and congratulate Aronian on qualifying to the finals?
Anna, to answer the question if there's any life in this game, I just very quickly take a look at the engine's 3 lines, and all the 3 lines says 0, 0, 0, which means that the position is very drawish. Only 2 remaining pieces on the board. Both pieces are heavy pieces and they can create so much, but also Black really has two problems and the weaknesses on the board, but this is not enough.
Even not enough. Yeah, I was just gonna say that 0, 0, 0 is one thing. When the engine says, oftentimes it could still be a very complex, dynamic position with chances, but 0, 0, 0 with only a few pieces left on the board, unfortunately, that's a lot more sad news for Dominguez, who has to try to play for a win, but how do you do it? Aronian has been performing excellently in the Grand Prix. He won confidently the group stage, and I think he will qualify today in that very confident manner. Speaking of confidence, look at his time. He barely has spent any time to get here even.
Yeah, he does the same as he did yesterday, and in yesterday's position was so much of complications, and he was just blitzing out the opponent, which was something so strange to see and something I have never seen ever at this level, at this point. But he's very well prepared. He's in a best shape and he's in a good situation too. His last move was Queen E2. He's now attacking 2 pawns. White has a really tough task to guard both pawns. There's Queen coming on D4, but once again, this is White who is now trying to guard the weaknesses. So in White's position, there are this pawn, which is now isolated. And I was thinking, Anna, if White managed to get Black's one weakness, another weakness, and Black gets obviously at least 1 pawn here. Even this position with 3 versus 2 in most of the end games is just theoretical draw, and Black doesn't really need much of the support to achieve that draw. But as the game is going on and Black is not going to sit back and wait White, look at this, Queen E2, he's starting to make now the targets.
Yeah, very big the threat now, queen takes f2, and this beautiful queen sacrifice checkmate that we have already mentioned. Let's just show it one more time because it's too pretty not to show. Queen takes b5 or queen e4, both would fail to the same queen sacrifice back rank checkmate. This is in a lot of puzzle rush exercises, so if you guys do your puzzle rush religiously, because you should, we all should, honestly, tactics are so important to practice very, very frequently. This is one of the key patterns in back rank checkmate, and for that reason white has to defend the pawn, the d3 pawn, from d4, I think, so that guards f2 as well, queen d4, but that again will lead to a position where it is white who is holding on to those pawns. It's true that the rook is attacking the b5 pawn, but it's only basically a visual threat, if you can call it that way. It's not a real one because again, the back rank is so weak that you cannot move the rook away.
Yeah, I agree with that. Back rank is so weak, and now even black can try to chase the rook from b file. You cannot take, as Anna mentioned, there will be a checkmate on the back rank. You have to leave the b file. And this allows black to even push the pawns, and we know that the trade is just good for black. White cannot play moves like this to attack black's weaknesses, as the back rank is still weakness. And even if after moves like g3 or h3, black can even push further this pawn, and after rook a7 check, there will be a check and either trade on f4, or you can even claim more and go for queen g5 target, just guard this and play this position. So we gave so much moves for white, but this is still not enough, right, Anna?
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult for Dominguez to try to keep some life in this game. He certainly will attempt to do something, but again, the position itself is so simple. So few pieces are left on the board. Levon Aronian has an hour and 19 minutes on the clock, so not even time pressure, not even a slight mistake or inaccuracy in a time pressure situation can be on the agenda. It's a very confident Levon Aronian who is about to qualify to the finals of the Grand Prix.
Yes, and Anna, it's so important to grab as much Grand Prix points as possible. The winner of this of any leg will get 13 points, and you know, if you're a semifinalist or even lower, you are just getting so small amount of the points, then you have to be have a superman power for the other Grand Prix leg. So just by winning the one leg, it gives you such a big push to the second one, and also the confidence. It's very important in chess, obviously. So we're coming back to this game. I'm not sure if we have much more moves to going on in here, as Levon is in his best shape. But how about to get back to the game of Hikaru and Rapport and Hikaru, as we are having here still a lot of pieces on the board. And white's latest move, rook to d1, now attacks d5 pawn, not right away, but after, let's say, some careless move here from black, this might cost. No, look at this, rook is still coming on d5.
Still defend. Yeah, rook d1. I wouldn't have predicted that move if we're more concerned about the development of the c1 bishop. But Richard says, I'm in no hurry. I can develop that bishop whenever I want to. And the reason for that, I think what justifies that you have still an undeveloped queen side, is that the position is very close. So he's not afraid of Hikaru launching a surprise attack, something aggressive, sharp happening, because the center is under the control of both players. No one wants to commit to the trades. Yeah. They're just waiting. And there's a very tense situation. But if the trades happen, this position that you're showing, Ketty, could point out that the f5 pawn is still a weakness. Black will have to push g6. I love the knight on e4, so I don't think Hikaru would mind this position at all. But maybe that's why Rapport is delaying the development, so that he would have this very active rook on the d file and try to win that pawn on d5.
Mhm. Yes, white to give up the pawn, it's really unnecessary from black side, and he very quickly here, Hikaru goes rook a to d8. All black pieces are well developed, and that's actually just perfect position, right? The queen is developed, rooks pieces in the center, and the strongest center you can imagine. And on the other hand, white is still struggling to get the rook into the game, and the bishop is still not at the right place.
Yeah, let's see if now Richard will say, okay, I probably should develop that queenside, right? Like, I cannot wait forever. It's already moved 16, and the c1 bishop has nowhere to go as of now. Bishop d2 still just seems too clumsy. The bishop is stuck behind white's own pawn chain. So I wonder if it's going to be b3, or will Richard try to trade that very strong knight of Hikaru with knight d2? Because that's a very annoying piece. I don't like this knight there. If I'm looking at it from white's perspective, it's a very annoying piece to have.
Yeah, very annoying piece to have indeed. But in these cases, the black forced to take it, because I don't know, after taking here bishop c5, bishop f5, knight f3 check, king g2, this is so crazy line. This is just so crazy. e4 can be played, or we can simply move.
So you want both queens to be hanging. This is fine.
We can move the queen now. Now look at this. We can move the queen away, and here the point is, like, you can give a check, it's not a problem, but eventually you have to capture knight back, right? And after this, there's a very lovely move e4, and black is winning a queen. So this bishop f5 maybe is not the most accurate. After capturing here, bishop f5 might not be the strong, and the engine says like, oh god, just take it back. Just don't do it.
What's an important intermediate move, this check, and then allow white to take the knight because of king takes f3 stepping into the baby fork that we have been talking about for so long.
Yeah, baby fork with a very big outcome here. The queen, actually, it's not only bishop, it's white can win even a queen. So after knight d2, is that the point where bishop comes on d2?
It feels like it should be time, right? You gotta develop your pieces, and the knight takes d2 would give the perfect excuse to Richard to finally move the bishop away from the back rank. I think knight d2, knight takes, bishop takes. It still doesn't look like white is doing much, but at least now black has to react to the threat of the f5 pawn hanging, and it's a decision to take whether you keep the center somewhat flexible with a pawn on e5, or do you push e4?
Yeah, that's both options. You can claim that pushing e4 is also very good as their perfect bishop for white, and you just don't want to open up the diagonals, but g6 also looks pretty decent continuation here for black. And just ask white the question, you need to win this position, and how you are going to win. You cannot do much with this bishop, and if you open up the center, pushing c4, that can really cause a lot of damage to white's center.
Yeah, that certainly would be something to think about. I feel like if white gets to open the center, of course, we know if you open up the position for the pair of bishops, then they will strive on the open diagonal. So that's what white would love to achieve, but it doesn't seem to be feasible as of now, because black is the one who is ahead in development. So if you open up the position too early, then it will be opening up the position for black's rooks, and the pawn on d4 will be falling too.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And in the other game, I think we're just witnessing the final moves. And as I very often repeat this, it's just hard to just offer a draw or just resign. The hardest part of the game is to stop the clock. So I think that Dominguez is taking his time. He has to make several more moves to understand that. Yeah, that's it.
Just when you said that, Katie, I think Dominguez made peace with what is the outcome of this match. Levon Aronian is the first to qualify to the finals of the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix. He only needed a draw today, and he got that very confidently. There was never a single moment in today's game where it would have been in doubt that he's in any trouble.
Hikaru is looking really scary in last two games. Also in other games, he had done a 1 hour and 17 minutes at this position. So that says pretty much about his form right now. So we do have one last game and already one finalist after this round. So very quickly we can see the last part after Queen E2. White decided that there's no point to play passive here, and he went to go into the simplest line here and made several more moves and just offered here a draw. And yeah, it was, or maybe even Aronian offered a draw after King E5, and there's no point to say no here, as there's no any single way to improve here White's position. Those pawns are not connected and we might consider them weak, but White has not enough forces to attack those two pawns, as the king is always near, and king will not go anywhere further, just to guard these two weak pawns. And the draw was agreed in here. What a game from Levon in this match. Both games were simply impressive.
Exactly. Yesterday's chaotic theoretical battle and the way Aronian had that F3 novelty planned and very well executed. It's not like that one move refuted the line, of course. It was a really complex game, but he was the one who managed to understand the complexity and the mess of yesterday's game better. He won that game, and today he simply had no issues in the opening. Again, very good preparation by Levon. That D5 push today seems to be what was still his preparation. So excellent preparation by the American Grandmaster. And we shall see how the finals will turn out. And is it going to be Hikaru qualifying already if he manages to make a draw or even win the game against Richard Rapport? Or will Rapport manage to somehow get a chance to play for a win, tie the score, and then tomorrow's tiebreaker would decide who will be the opponent of Levon Aronian in the finals?
Yes, that's the question we have, all of us have in mind, and Anna today will decide that. Or if we have a tiebreaker tomorrow, we will see that a day later. But we surely know that Levon Aronian and his massive number of the fans are right now super happy. This is the first classical tournament where Levon represents USA, Team USA, and the federation. So this is also, I think, a very big push, and something that he's fighting so much is that, you know, I belong to be a top wherever I go. And I'm just Levon, I'm best.
Yeah, it's incredible how Levon Aronian has been on the very top of the chess scene for so many years. He's one of the oldest participants here, and he is also one of the participants that has played the candidates for many times, but he wants to play it again. I think he's here very motivated to qualify. Again, it doesn't depend on this one tournament, but in order to qualify to the candidates from the Grand Prix, you need to perform very well in 2 events out of the 3 legs of the Grand Prix. And so far, it's looking great for Levon Aronian with his chances. So let's see, is it going to be Hikaru who faces him? Or will Richard Rapport manage to give Hikaru a few problems to solve, a bit of a headache? So far, this B4 push seems like an attempt, but I feel like Hikaru's position is very sound. It's not easy to undermine such a healthy, sound position as Hikaru's position is.
There is no any single weakness, and what we can see with the move of Rapport, he's desperate. This would be for it goes. It's just it's not a good looking move, Anna. It's just not a good looking move. Okay, white wants to push b5 to get something out of this tension in the center. Although this is not the hardest task for black to solve here, and black can any moment just capture the pawn in the center. Now white cannot take the pawn as b4 will be hanging. White has to play with e pawn. This might open up the bishop, but white has still so much of the weaknesses. Knight can go back on d6 and jump over c4 square, or I'm sure there is any other move. It can be also move like a6 here, Anna, to stop this pawn coming. And if you take this pawn, I'll take very healthy pawn on c3, and I'm happy with that. Yeah, before that's for me, it's just the move that Richard is now in really hard situation. He knows that if he keeps this pace and the slow moves, he will find himself unhappy today. So he's trying his best to create some complications.
Yeah, that's what he's trying, but certainly he will not be satisfied with the current position. And b4 is again a pawn push that makes the structure be in a way that this poor c1 bishop doesn't have perspective, doesn't have an open diagonal where you could develop it to. So if Hikaru manages to continue keeping everything under control, no threats, no issues in the center, it's the center it's quite mobile still, in a way that there's this big tension. No one really wants to trade. Black doesn't want to take on d4 and white doesn't want to take on e5, but he has been holding that pressure very well so far. The next question for Hikaru is, what do you do to continue making progress? What do you do to keep improving your pieces? Because he has just completed everything by bringing both rooks to the E and D files. And there's no other piece that was lacking development. There's of course always room to continue improving your pieces. For instance, I would feel like if you could place one of your pieces elsewhere, the c6 knight is not that strong where it is. I would love it on c4 more, but not everything is executable. That c6 knight at the moment is doing a very important job holding the e5 square, defending that pawn. So we shall see whether Hikaru will find a maneuver for his pieces, or will he commit to a trade, or will he go for something crazy like g5, g4? Because Kete, you mentioned you can push that pawn too.
I love it. And at the moment I wanted to suggest this move, you just bring it up. And also I was listening to you when you said black just ended the development. The pieces look perfect. The center looks perfect, and white has still a problem in development. So that all these two pieces are on the queen side. So why don't we take an advantage and start the attack on the king side? And you know what might be a threat after g5? Not only the g4 is a threat, but after b5, black can still go g4 and take here. This is still baby fork over there. This pawn is still hanging, and why not to do this? This is the first option. But the second option, Anna, here can be that you mentioned earlier that knight could be such a good piece on c4. So why not to bring that knight on c4?
I would love to see something like this, but g5 is quite a committed move, and Hikaru only needs a draw. So do you go for an aggressive pawn push in front of your king when all you need is to just keep the position balanced? It's a decision to take in terms of the style of the position too. If Hikaru had to play for a win, I'm pretty sure we would see g5 already on the board, because that's the way to push for a win, not just to push a pawn.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And Anna, we earlier mentioned that we brought the game Isipenko and Hikaru, and what was the outcome there. So I think there was a kind of experience Hikaru had, and he played some passive move. It was not good. It was not something that he would do some other time if he was not in this situation, right? When he just needed a draw. So maybe now he changed his strategy and he sees the move, which he will originally play in any other game, because this looks, it just calls, come on, just play me g5. I'm a good position, enjoy me, and you can win after that. You can try to win. Although he can try some other moves. We brought earlier the move a6 here,
More
which
solid.
is perfectly fine. But I would be really worrying, like long terms, this pawn might be something that white can target. Bishop can come on b2 and have one task at least to guard c3 pawn, and that's is something that Hikaru has to take care in the future, or just to decide to change the structure in the center. This allows white to develop the bishop on this side and to try to control e5 square. So after seeing all this move, g5 is something that is just calls out, like, come on, play me.
I agree with you, and I'm sure that Hikaru is considering that pawn push. The question will be whether he wants to keep the position more solid and go for maybe, if not a6, but a similar slight improvement, keeping the position's nature as it is. Because once you push g5, you're going for it. There's no way back. That's the one rule in chess about pawns that is very obvious, but that's why pawn pushes are so committal. You can never put it back on g7 and claim your king is safer. So once he pushes g5, he's going for a position where he's the one that wants to play aggressively and even play for a win when all he needs is a draw. So again, because of the match situation, I think that's why he might pick something else if he thinks that g5 can backfire. Of course, if it's safe to just go for it, play for the win, but it does have the drawback that that pawn will never go back to g7, and if the black bishop will be ever traded, or if the white bishop from the c1 square could ever make it to the long diagonal, there could be issues. It's only a big if. At the moment, there's nothing wrong, but he might consider something safer if he thinks that g5 could backfire. And because of the match situation, you might not want to take unnecessary risk. Like risk within your control, if you think it's not that big of a deal, is fine. But if he thinks it's unnecessary to go for a move that can backfire, I think he will go for a calmer move. So we shall see how confident he's about that push.
Yes, and Anna, that's such a good point. You know, if you push g5, and the things goes crazy, he might regret in the end, where he can just play simple moves. And after all, when you analyze the moves, maybe this b5 is not such a big threat and maybe just a bluff here from white. And we know this knight here is better, and we know that if it's necessary, rook can always come here on e5 to guard the weakness. So this is pretty much the calculation here. Black has enough of time, and we shall see here either improvement moves or just straightforward attack. So I'm going for g5 here that we're gonna have. And what's your idea?
I'm rooting for g5, but I also feel like it could be something else because of the match situation. Not because Hikaru would normally not play it. I think that's a very Hikaru move, and I think he would love to play it, but he will consider the match situation too, probably. But I'm rooting for g5 so much. Let us know what you think, and we will leave it with this big cliffhanger again. We like to do this cliffhanger things and take a very quick break. So don't go anywhere. We are about to see whether Hikaru wants to go for the aggressive pawn pushes, or will he stay solid and keep the equal position because of the match situation. We shall see. So we'll be back in a few minutes and see Hikaru's decision.
Magnus Carlsen is on the brink of adding 5 time to his World Chess Championship resume. Will today be the day, or does the challenger keep us here just a little bit longer and maybe start the comeback story we're looking for?
In the Italian game, there are often lines where you have a variety of choices from the white side that also keep the pressure lasting. Maybe Jan does have some sort of tactical variation in mind.
He played G3?
Oh my gosh. It could just be him saying, like, he understands this is the match, and he figures going for the exchange sacrifice is his only chance to do something. I'm trying to justify the fact that G3 is a horrific blunder, and White is going to lose the game within the next 10 moves. This is just unbelievable. This is Magnus at his best, and a very difficult task for Jan Nepomniachtchi as the challenger.
The dominating storyline right now is blunder after blunder, and it just feels like it was gift wrapped to Magnus, and that's not how I ever want to remember any sort of chess match.
What now feels inevitable, but ironically, of all of Magnus's wins, the clinching game for the title may ultimately prove his most inaccurate game, just because he had so many ways to win, and this became a bit wild here toward the end.
Welcome back, everyone. What is at stake here at the Grand Prix is, of course, the qualification to the candidates tournament. Chess.com will have you covered for the show in June, happening in Madrid, but online. Well, that means Twitch, YouTube, any platform you can name. 2 tickets are still available, and we are here to figure out who will qualify to those final 2 spots. Make sure to mark your calendar already for June. It's happening. The challenger of world champion Magnus Carlsen will be decided at this year's candidates tournament, covered by chess.com with some of your favorite commentators. I hope that includes Katie, because for me, Katie is now one of my favorite commentators.
Oh, God bless. Thank you so much, Anna. What I can say is that I do love your commenters, and I do love to do commenters with you, and thank you so much for that. I am struggling to find the words.
When you struggle to find words, all you need to do is spam blankies in the chat. Speaking of which, what's happening with the Chess.com live channel? It doesn't have blankies added. I'll need to protest. How can I do commentary on a channel that doesn't have blankies?
Yeah, that's you just processed it right there, and I'm sure it's gonna be hard, and there will be very soon the action, Anna, because we do see a lot of flunkies over here on this channel. I hope everybody enjoys this games. It is so important game for those 2 players and their fans. And now also for Aronian, because very likely he's back in his room and looking at this games, and he's very much interested who will be his next opponent.
Indeed, Levon Aronian has already qualified by making a draw today against Lenier Dominguez. He won yesterday his game, and that means that he is the first finalist of the first leg of the Grand Prix to be confirmed. His opponent will be Hikaru Nakamura if Hikaru makes a draw or wins today, this classical game. In case Richard Rapport manages to fight back, win this game with the white pieces, we will have a tiebreaker tomorrow between Richard Rapport and Hikaru Nakamura. Now, after b4, the big question was whether Hikaru was gonna go g5 or not. We were so rooting for that move. If we just place the queen back to d7 for a second, Katie, and show one more time, what's the very Hikaru move that could have happened. This is a trademark Hikaru style, but also trademark Rapport, and maybe that's why Hikaru didn't want to have chaos on the board, because Richard does enjoy playing this type of position too. In that sense, the 2 are very good at very similar strategies and very similar chaotic mess, complexities to understand, but he doesn't need to play for a win. So it was what we were thinking. Will he just take into consideration a bit more the match situation, that he doesn't need to push the boundaries of the position, he doesn't need to go for anything crazy wide, he can just continue with solid moves. And queen e6 is a very, very simple step to, again, improve a little bit the position. Now the d file is fully open for the rook, not fully open, there's still pawns in the way, but it's on the rook, and at any point when the position starts opening up, of course that rook will be the happier piece. The queen still is holding on to the f5 pawn as well, of course, that's the pawn he needs to be guarding. And there might be future doubling of the rook or more maneuvers now that the d7 square is available too. So it's just a small improvement to black's position, but it tells Richard, you're the one who has to take some kind of a decision here on how to create play, because Richard has to play for a win.
I agree totally what you just mentioned, Nana. G5 looked so tempting move. I'm sure us, our viewers, and also Robert was very much looking forward to that move, and it brings more of the complication, and that's what white really needs here in this position and in these circumstances. But queen e6 is just a perfectly calculated move, and after some time here, black took a lot of time, he decided that b5 is not a big of threat as it happened in the game. Knight comes on a5, knight targets this c4 square, and you know what, if we do have some trades here, after all, this pawn also be hanging.
Yeah, and white would gain the pair of bishops after the trades on e5, but it's not the typical position you want for the pair of bishops. It's still very closed, and the knights have actually really good post. The knight on e4 is already very strong, and the other knight is heading towards c4. So this position, with the pawn structure as it is, certainly favors the pair of knights over the pair of bishops.
Yeah, I agree with that. This position where obviously knights are just better than the bishops. This has a reason why it is so, as this knight already is very active in the center and has some targets. Another knight also comes on c4, and the question is how white is going to kick this knight back or even trade his knights. c4 knights, when knights will be on c4, will be something untouchable for white. And if you give up your light square bishop for the knight, then this will cause so much weaknesses on the light squares here on the king side. So obviously white cannot really consider to trade those knights, and if you cannot take the knights and you cannot even push them, as for instance this f3 now weakens so much, we don't really want to have the pawns on the third rank. It allows black to have some sort of sacrifices on this side, and we might have some forced draws there, or to take another pawn with a queen, as the rook here is also hanging. If none of these are working well for black, black can always consider to withdraw the knight at maybe not better square, but not even worse square. For instance, knight c5 looks quite nice square.
Yeah, I agree with you that knight g5, knight c5, it certainly feels like black is the one in control. Black is ahead in development. So the fact that all of this line suddenly is so concrete will not favor the undeveloped pieces. For that reason, possibly Richard decided to not take on e5, but hops with the knight to d4, attacking the queen and also the f5 pawn. Seemingly, it forces bishop takes d4 so that you are not losing the pawn. But in this case, I think he wants to take back with the e pawn to open up the diagonal for his bishop and at least have bishop f4 and maybe bishop e5 in the future if you ever make it to the diagonal. But finally, this bishop would have some hope.
Yeah, that's right. The bishop can finally move away, although there's like so many threats. Look at this, Anna.
Yeah, like right now you can't. So you've just pointed out, Kitty, that you cannot do it immediately because of the knight fork. So it's just that at least the pawn is not in the way. So maybe after a move like rook to b1, we could finally develop the bishop. But I don't really like this position for white with the very strong knight outpost. And the computer even points out that bishop takes d4 is not even as forced as it seems. So knight d4 attacks both the queen and the pawn, but the computer claims you can just play queen to h6 and not care. All right, give up the pawn. So if bishop takes f5, and
is there knight f2?
Knight takes f2.
Oh wow, knight takes f2, queen takes h2.
Oh
and
my.
you can easily win in this position. You can go for perpetual. Can you just
Yeah,
go
he
draw?
only needs a draw, so he could go for perpetual, but this position, if anything, should be winning for black, or a very good chance with that attack after the piece sacrifice. Goodness me, that would be crazy if Hikaru plays queen h6 with the idea to sacrifice the knight on f2.
Yeah, and if white here escapes, tries to escape, so on the queen side there will be a checkmate. So Anna, in this is really a funny line after queen h6 and bishop f5. This, I think, pretty much forces white to that drawish line, as now black is threatening to take an exchange. And we have seen this already. Draw here is enough for black, is as good as win in this position for Hikaru. And what's the chances here if queen moves away? Just take this pawn and play with extra exchange.
Yeah, this is not playable for white. So if queen h6 will be the choice of Hikaru, Rapport will be in a very tough spot. One of the lines is almost an immediate draw, in best case for white, because black is the one who could play on there instead of going for the perpetual, meaning that bishop takes f5 is not something that he can afford to play with the current match situation, and because it's very, very dangerous in all senses. Maybe bishop g2 instead to be solid, guard the king, and now threaten knight takes f5, but it just doesn't feel very nice, and neither doesn't feel too safe, to be fair. White is still undeveloped and the black pieces are so active.
Black piece is just very active, and black surely can guard this pawn as it's only attacked by one time. And the thing is here, if black tries to do the same, the difference in here, as there's no check, and now white has a time, white can play knight e2 and try to guard this and then threaten to win a queen. Will be in that case. So very unnecessary knight sacrifice now after bishop g2, but why don't we just guard this pawn by queen f6 or g6? Queen can come also on g6 or f5. There's a lot of moves. Rook can also come on the way to guard. So
will he play it? Will he play queen h6? It's Hikaru's turn to decide. He still has 21 minutes on the clock. And this is move 20, isn't it? So for the time control, they get an additional half an hour after move 40, but there's still 20 more moves to go. We are approaching, not yet that bit of a time pressure situation, but considering it's 20 more moves to make, it is going to be time pressure before reaching move 40 for sure.
It's going to be time trouble. And those times are very close. Hikaru has 20 minutes and Rapport has 26 minutes, and this position is still very complicated. They both have some tasks to solve. It's not only white who has to solve the bishop, but white also perfectly well managed to find at least something to play for. Here I know what I can see. Black can also play some move like queen f6 or queen f7 and allow white to capture it, and then to try to play on this file. In this very position, you can also take on d4 and then capture in here. If you take the knight first, then pawn takes, and you can capture the bishop back as rook is over here. There's no check as knight is controlling here. And after queen moves away, you can peacefully take this pawn, and black remains with extra piece. There are so much of alternatives here black can play.
Yeah, that's why Hikaru is spending so much time, because I'm pretty sure that he has been considering either bishop takes d4 or the queen moves, but which one will he decide to do is the bigger question, because bishop takes d4 too seems just fine. The power of the knights hopping to c4, the other one is already on e4, so this is certainly appealing too, to play with the pair of knights against the pair of bishops. But if he sees that the queen move, queen h6, or as you mentioned, even queen f6 or queen f7 are all right, he might prefer that, just so that he doesn't take this decision of the trade on d4 yet.
After this move, we're gonna see pretty much of Hikaru's today's mood. Is he's going to play peacefully and trade as much pieces as possible and not to weaken anything, or he is going to be very tricky and allows white to get this pawn. He has 18 minutes, he's taking his time, and sometimes it's even harder to have several choices. Then there are some little details, and there are lots of lines. You very often get confused in those lines and to give evaluation after the end. And when you have the only moves, it's ironical, but it's easier to find.
True, very true. That's he has plenty of good moves, and he has to make the call which one is the best out of the good options. He doesn't have the evaluation bar next to the board, nor he has an engine on the ceiling, as it's the popular reference, of course, to him thinking like this. Not Beth Harmon, but certainly a very strong chess player who is very close to qualifying to the final. So there is quite some pressure on Hikaru when it comes to, will I simplify and just try to keep the position really solid? Or will I try to go for something more dynamic like queen h6 and claim that I can attack too, even if that gives white as well a more dynamic position? So there's a lot of questions here. He is leading in the match, but he is now 10 minutes behind on the clock and has to make the call. Will I take the knight, or will I just move the queen away?
Yeah, and then he has to divide his time for 20 moves. It's not only one move that can make any decision. It's not very decisive situation for him. He can play at least 3-4 moves. We saw here. There can be other moves too. But what's very important, he has to keep the time for the rest of the 20 moves, because after 40 moves, he will get 30 minutes of increment, not before than that. So also to control the time is very important. And Anna, back to this topic about having chessboard or chess engine on the ceiling. I've received so much question from not chess players if we are really having chess boards on the ceiling and how the organizers are affording that.
Well, that would be next level if it's actually physically present. But it is quite common that grandmasters or very strong chess players would calculate lines by looking away from the board, because the line they are thinking of is often 5, 6, 7, 10 moves ahead of what is on the board. And looking at the board, if anything, can be confusing or disrupting them. And the fact that they are so good at blindfold chess, they could easily play the whole game blindfolded too. So
absolutely, they can.
Yeah,
they can play on several boards too.
I know, crazy how grandmasters have records for like the blindfold king. I don't know what's his current record now, but how can he play like dozens of boards at the same time? Simultaneous exhibition means that the grandmaster is facing many opponents at the same time. But imagine not just doing that, because that has been done by many, but to be blindfolded while you are on a gym bike pedaling, it's just a whole spectacle, to be fair.
I've witnessed that by my own eyes, and I was like, is this guy real? Like, is this really happening? At that time, all this event was happening in Indonesia, the place that and the country that I love to go, because there is chess is pretty much loved in that country. And I saw he was playing on the 10 board and also working on the bicycles. And then, by the way, we have Queen H6 move on the board, which you suggested. So he saw that drawish line, and he's just aiming to go there if White captures F5 pawn.
Drawish and also aggressive. I like this. I like that this was the move of the engine. So I didn't find Queen H6. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm anywhere close to this level, of course. But what a move! And again, we could show Ketty that Bishop takes F5 line as a recap of why this move is not good.
And here, at least there is a draw. I'm sure Black will not go for further, but he can pin this bishop, push the G pawn, or just take this pawn and try to checkmate. But why to do so? You just, unless you see checkmate in few moves, there can be repetition. So Bishop F5 is pretty much game over here for White. So White has to consider to play Bishop G2 here.
Yes, and after Bishop G2, it no longer makes that much sense for Black to take on D4 because the queen has stepped into the diagonal of the C1 bishop. So by playing Queen H6, you decide that I'm not going to go for the simplification and I'm not going to trade my bishop for this D4 knight.
Yeah, that's very true. So for this reason, he just steps out from this diagonal and he plays Queen F5 to guard the F5 pawn. To compare what he has done, why he made these two moves, he could go right away, but he first chose to kick the bishop on G2. So there will be no further complications, at least from the bishop. And now he brings the queen on F6.
Yes, so with only the knight attacking the F5 pawn, the queen simply guards the pawn from the F6 square. If the bishop were to go back to H3, that would be in a way an offer to repetition, I guess. Queen H6 and let's go. 3-4 repetition.
You have to play.
Continue.
That's so funny, Anna, because you have to play Bishop G2. Because if you take here, it's a draw, and you see that, so you have to play Bishop G2, and you know that Black's next move is Queen F6, and that's 2 times already. It can be 2 times repetition.
And it's Richard Rappert who cannot afford to repeat moves. Even if the position would be going in that direction, that it's a forcing line, 3-4 repetition or perpetual check, he has to do everything he can to avoid those lines because he needs any kind of life in the position, even if it's not an advantage. He probably should even consider lines that would be slightly worse for him, anything that can keep the position alive because of the match situation. Hikaru won yesterday, and he only needs a draw to qualify to the finals. So that is huge, that these games are not only a game on their own, it's part of a match, and the match result means that Richard has this huge pressure that he has to keep something playable on the board. He has to keep finding chances, even if sometimes it's by going for risky, dubious lines too, because he cannot afford to make a draw.
I agree with this, and this is, we can say that not the comfortable situation for Richard Rappert, who is so impressive player and creative player. He likes to go in the positions that not many player can just admit to go there. I was just thinking in this position, Anna, and the bishop is still struggling to develop and to find a good move. If White decides to develop on this diagonal, it's pretty much nothing here, and the bishop is really far now from the king side, and Black can even consider to push the pawn further and to try to create some weaknesses on the king side, and we might have some sort of sacrifices over there. Other than that, there is also king side just blocked by the knight, so a4 makes not big of sense here. I was thinking how about to get this bishop on d2 and then on e1, and then to try to push f3 and get bishop on f2. This is not the perfect square, but at least it's it's out.
Something. Yes. That could be a way. It certainly is a task for white to deal with this e4 knight. It's a very strong post for Hikaru's knight. So if white can find a way to chase this knight away and then slowly but surely improve the bishop, that would certainly be a way to go. At the same time, it's not easy when you are so underdeveloped still, and your opponent is making moves too. So of course, Hikaru will not just be waiting for Richard to play out that 3-4 move plan. He will also be putting more pressure on white's position.
Yeah, and we might see some sort of kingside attack, or even if you just make some moves like rook moves, just repeat and ask your opponent how you're going to improve. If you're going to improve your position, that might cost you some weaknesses, like f3 will weaken this pawn. Also, there might be some sort of attack on g3, and yeah, you can just do some waiting move. White have been played here a4. Is that a chance that he wants to sacrifice in exchange after knight c4?
Good question. Good question, because knight c4 is such a natural move. Is that the idea, or does he simply to use this moment that the knight left the c6 square, and then white can hop and attack to the rook and the bishop?
If you take this pawn, white can also take this one.
Everything is hanging.
Everything is hanging, and if you take the rook first, then queen takes d5. No, there is not a check. I wanted to show another fancy check, but we don't have that check. But obviously, this is winning as knight is also hanging. So instead of this, black has to sacrifice an exchange to guard d5 pawn. Still very good position, I believe, here for white. But this is something that white can also hope to survive with an extra exchange. So knight c4 is something that black should be really careful to play.
Yeah, and the question then after knight c4, knight c6 is whether you can just move the rook away. But Hikaru doesn't want any of this. He doesn't want to give the chance to Rapport to go for the knight c6 jump. So he takes the knight. And that's the decision that we were debating already earlier, if he will decide to go for this. The pair of knights fighting against the pair of bishops seems to be a favorable position for the knights, but it is a commitment to open up the c1 bishop's diagonal. So white could take back on d4 with the e-pawn.
Yeah, and look at this, Anna. At this point, when the pawn on the queen was hanging and black could here make 3 or 4 choices, we suggested queen h6, queen f6, and bishop d4. First, he played queen h6, then he played queen f6, and now he captured bishop on d4. So he made everyone happy, whoever was thinking that its move was good.
Thank you, Hikaru, for making all our predictions correct. Appreciate the effort. But will it be fine for him if the e-pawn takes on d4? Actually, c takes d4. I'm surprised by that slightly. It's true that the c3 pawn was a weakness, but it felt like e takes d4 with the hope of this bishop finally becoming a more active piece was something that would be appealing to white.
Yes, obviously he wants to give his rook a chance on this file, and in case if knight jumps on c4, is there a chance that he's considering to give up the light square bishop for the knight?
Maybe, but there's 2 knights that you need to eliminate. It's so difficult when both the e4 and the c4 knights are strong. You can try to chase away the e4 knight with f3, but you need to time that very well because it will make the e3 pawn more vulnerable.
How about c5 here, Anna? Like, just using the fact that this pawn can be captured as the rook is hanging, it's a whole rook, and there's no any compensation for that. And you have to either move away this rook or find a way to guard it, like bishop a3, bishop d2, which allows black to have a connected pass pawn.
Oh, that would be very strong. I love this idea that you have just showed us. Get it, c5, to create a connected pass pawn supported by these knights. That would be extremely difficult for Rapport. The only downside maybe is that after c5, white can also take with the b pawn, the en passant capture, b takes c6. But even then, if is it knight takes or queen takes? If queen takes, you have the c file and you can bring a rook 2 very quickly to the open file. This gotta be good for black. You have the only open files control.
Yes, and c5 is on the board. We very likely gonna see c5 and b6, b takes c6. Here in this position, compared to that one when the c pawn, is that black can also fight over c file. And knowing the fact that the black pieces are more active and black can anyway just cover this file, manage his rooks on the c file, and then open up at the moment he feels that it's ready. This gives such additional aspect here for black, which is the open file.
I really like this pawn push. I was not considering it, but it makes perfect sense. This is what we were saying, that white is still behind in development, and the way to exploit it is to start opening the position up, which goes against the principle of how you play when you've got the knights versus the bishops, because the bishops are the ones that like the open positions. But this is very concrete. You cannot take the pawn because of the hanging rook. And if you don't trade, the c4 pawn will be extremely strong. So I think Rapport is pretty much forced to take on c6. I don't really see any alternatives for him.
If we don't really want to allow black to have a passed pawn, connected passed pawn on c4. I know what I have seen a lot, and they in some videos in the comment section, is that if en passant is forced to move, this is something so sweet whenever I see this comment. And it comes, I think, from checkers, as when you play checkers, you're pretty much forced to capture the opponent's pieces if you have to. But in chess, you don't really have to do en passant. It's just a move which looks fancy, which sounds fancy, but you guys don't have to do it. It's just up to your choice. It's not really mandatory to take it.
And the downside, which is true, that if you don't take it, if you don't capture en passant, you can never do it after. You can only do it right after the move has been played. So it's true that you either capture or you will never have that option again. But yeah, quite a meme online, the en passant capture. And we shall see. Oh, actually, it is on the board, right? It happened. En passant, Richard knows the rules. Hikaru also knows it. He takes back on c6.
Here we have this position. When I tried to come back to chess after 4 years of study, the first thing what I wondered was, is en passant still a thing? Should I ask the arbiter? Is it silly questions? Should I Google it? Like...
I liked a lot when in PogChamps, one of the participants, Tectone, when he played against the later winner of the event, Fondi, there was an en passant on the board. And when Fondi took his pawn, and Tectone was like, he was aware of the en passant, but he was so shocked because he was like, what? I thought this move was disabled. That it was a feature that we disable for PogChamps, because PogChamps is a tournament for beginners, so it wouldn't be part of the en passant and all the rest of the fancy stuff. But yeah, no disabling. It is very, very legal on any level.
Yeah, it's still legal in this times, in this century, and it will be, I think, very much legal all the time in chess history. So we have this position, Anna, and this looks so nice for black. Even the engine just has this, chill guys, it's nothing big deal here, but this is for engine. But for human perspective, that's what you can only ask for, to have with black pieces: open file where you control beautiful squares for the knights and opponent's bad bishop.
Yes, this is a very nice position for Hikaru. He is down to 12 minutes, but the position has become a lot more simplified in a way that no longer there is this existing pressure and tension in the center. Both players were maintaining the tension for a couple of moves in the middle game, so that tension is gone. A couple of trades have happened, so it's a lot more of a harmonious and balanced position, balanced in a way that there are no hanging pawns, there is no capture here and there. It's a very sound position for Hikaru, and I think he'll be enjoying playing this. That knight on e4 is still so strong. The other knight can hop to c4, or the rook coming to c8. It is Rapport who has to prove somehow that there's more to this position than just the dynamic balance. So he might be looking for a way to chase that knight away from e4 with f3, either now or later, but he's got to make a call on that or develop the c1 bishop.
Yes, and then I was just recalling his interview from after yesterday's game, that he was fully dominating the whole game, and then in the end game he found I think the most precise way how to convert the advantage. But he was not happy in the interview, and he said that he allowed his opponent to complicate the position and play longer, which is true. Richard found just impossible, and he was looking for like last resources, and Hikaru was pretty much disappointed by his choice of the move order and to give the chance to the opponent. And what today's game shows to us, he's very careful and he's trying not to give a chance as he did yesterday.
Very true, very true. And even in moments when we were rooting for an aggressive pawn push on the king side, let's go, Hikaru, go for it, the match situation didn't really justify that kind of play. He didn't have to go for it. So it's very true that he's keeping everything under control. And if things go like this, Hikaru is close to qualifying to be the second finalist. Levon Aronian is already in the finals after his draw today against Dominguez, and Hikaru could be his opponent if he makes a draw or wins today.
Yes, that's very true. So the things are getting heating up here in this game. This is a last chance for the Richard Rapport, who is one of the greatest and greatest player in the world. He's now having a struggle, but engine says it's okay. And we're going to get very soon time trouble on the clock for both of players. So why don't you take a short break and come at the right time when they have some struggle on the clock?
Absolutely, we'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, and we already have the first finalist. This is Levon Aronian, who's representing USA, and he is waiting now for his opponent, either the winner of the match of Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport, or the winner of the tiebreaker. But Anna, Levon has already guaranteed himself very good prize, as even if he gets the second place and he's a runner-up of the event, he will get 1,800 euros, and if he wins the tournament, he will even increase it on the numbers, and he will get 24,000 euros. Also, he guaranteed himself quite a Grand Prix points, and that is of 13 for the winner and 10 for the runner-up. Even 10 points says a lot here in this format.
It is true that it's a lot. And here, to be fair, yes, the prize fund is huge and any of us will take it as our annual salary. But for these players, what they care about is the points for the Grand Prix, because they want to qualify to the candidates. So a quick recap on the format. It's a bit confusing, but that's how it goes with qualification. Sometimes 2 spots are available in the candidates tournament. And this is the last event that will determine who will be the remaining 2 players joining the candidates tournament in June. 2 events you need to participate in as a Grand Prix player. And in those 2, you need to do very well. So there are 3 legs in total. Every participant will participate in 2 of them, and you need to score as many points as you can out of your 2 events. If Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura will be our finalists for this first leg of the Grand Prix, they will have a great chance, of course, to leap ahead of every single other player that will compete in the next 2 legs. So both for Hikaru and for Levon Aronian, it will be huge to finish among the top 2. Levon is already there. He has just qualified to the finals, and Hikaru wants to be there. So he pushes now this pawn push G5. Katie, we were talking about that pawn push earlier, but it's happening now. What's going on?
I'm telling you, he's making everyone happy today, because all these moves that we were suggesting, he is playing. And if he can do this G5 now, it means that he's fully dominating the game. And, you know, he's not even afraid that opponent has perf bishop and some of the pieces has been traded. He's going G5 right away. And I'm not sure if he's starting to attack on the king side, but very likely he's just causing some weaknesses on that flank, or just it's a guy against F3. So now if you don't push F3 by yourself here with white, then maybe you will be met by G4, and you know, if the pawn comes on G4, then F3 will be questionable, because knight here sticks forever and you can never kick it out unless you trade with the light square bishop. So how about F3 here? What's the move that Hikaru claims that I'm perfectly fine after F3?
I think he is simply counting on how the F3 pawn push weakens the E3 pawn. So once he retreats the knight to F6, that seems very natural to go back to F6 after the knight is being chased away. White is the one who has to answer the question, how do you guard the E3 pawn? It's gonna be the bishop from D2 or from F2. But this pawn structure, we see this pawn structure oftentimes in variations like the Nimzo Indian, but the point for white is always you push F3 to then try to push E4 as well. So if you can mobilize that center, then it's fine for white. How do you get to push E4 in this game if the queen, the rook, 2 pawns, and the knight of Hikaru are guarding that square? And if you need one more piece, you can also drop the knight to D6 just to make things worse.
Yeah, that's a good point. Too many pieces are targeting E4 square, and seems to be mission impossible here for white to open up any file or the diagonal. And what's very important here, why G5 now? Like, why? It's good looking move, but why? The answer is like after this move, which looks very natural here from white, F3, and this is hanging, so bishop F2. Now at this point you can push G4, and once again asking this pawn, just make your mind, if you go forward if you're capturing this pawn, or you allow me to capture the pawn. Knight will come back on e4, and this knight will be just dominating the center.
Yeah, it's as aggressive as it seems to push g5. It is a very deep positional idea. It's just to be able to maintain the outpost on e4 for the knight, since f3 was gonna come sooner or later. It's a very obvious move for white and still can be played, but as Katie pointed out, if you push later g4, you will not be able to maintain that f3 pawn, and therefore the knight will return on e4.
Yes, so that can be the full point of being so active on the king side, as the things on the queen side is stabilized. White don't really have any way to complicate the position. If you push the pawn forward, you allow black to have passed pawn, which is well guarded by the pawn, and this a5 will be something that bishop has to look always. So the queen side is stabilized, the center is well blocked, and now he's trying to make some radical decisions on the king side to also stabilize that side, and then he will be free to make some just random moves. He's sure that white can do nothing.
Yes, Hikaru has been showing very, very good level in the group stage, and also here in the semifinals. He won his game yesterday against Richard Rapport in a lengthy but very instructive rook hand game. And today too, he has proved that he has had the control over this game from the opening to the middle game, never really in doubt whether there was any problem with his preparation, the middle game stage, the piece placement. If anything, he was always ahead in development. His position has been very sound and healthy. G5 now seems again to be such a good decision in a critical moment, because you could just think, yeah, the knights are fine on e4 and c4, but it's not forever if white can chase away at least one of them with f3. So he's making sure that he's gonna keep that very strong outpost for both of his pieces by pushing g5 and in the future g4.
Yes, I just saw briefly the comment in our chat suggesting queen d1, which is very good try for white to activate the king as g5, because it's a bit of weaknesses on the queen side. But this move can be also easily stoppable by any of black's move, queen h6, queen g6, or even g4 that we were referring earlier. So obviously Richard will try some moves. We might see queen coming on d1, or even in e2 to try to get on the king side, but only one queen cannot really bring too much of the danger. No, we do have this this sentence in Georgia that one bird cannot bring spring. This is what reminds me that one queen cannot really cause too much of danger for black's king side.
Yeah, that's a very good saying. We also use that very same saying in Hungary, and you are so right that one queen alone will not do any miracle attack here, especially since you pointed out that the queen can't even infiltrate the position, because black can always meet queen d1 or queen e2 by playing queen g6 or queen h6. I think queen d1 is the top move of the engine, but even by top move, wait a second, that's not true. They agreed on a draw?
Oh.
What? Hikaru played g5 and offered a draw, and Richard accepted the fact that he will be knocked out with a draw. That must mean he was really, really feeling desperate and hopeless in terms of his chances, because you don't just accept the draw when it will knock you out.
No, I'm really confused right now, Anna, because this is the knockout stage and you don't really accept a draw. But yeah, that's right. He seems that he feels really desperate in this position, and he says like, okay, let's at least not lose my rating.
Yeah, because it's a classical game, so of course they will not go all in and risk it all when it counts for the classical ranking and the rating points. But man, it must feel horrible that you accept a defeat in a way. You accept to be knocked out because you couldn't show any slight advantage or even playable line in this position that Hikaru got, always controlling the middle game, having those very strong knights. And if anyone can play on, it's black. So in terms of the position, if anyone is better, black is better. And therefore the draw offer is a very good draw offer.
Yeah, it's actually funny to offer a draw in this situation when opponent is like, I cannot take it, but okay, let's take it because I don't want to lose my rating. I have very bad position. Wow, what
it is a very
day,
sad
Anna.
position, yes. And for Richard Rapport, that's the end of the tournament. Well, that came out of the blue. I think we need some time to digest what has just happened. So we're gonna take a very short break, and when we are back, we're gonna sum up everything that has happened today and also bring you the rapid recap of the day. Which game will we choose? We'll need to think about it. So we'll be back in a moment. We need to think, Gertie.
We are back at the FIDE Grand Prix at the final day of the semifinals. We do know the results in the both matches, Anna, and we do know who are the finalists as well.
Well, now we know it. This has been a sudden finish to the game of Hikaru Nakamura against Richard Ruppert, and we shall talk more about that game, I believe, Ketty, because we had a difficult decision to make which one would make it to the rapid recap of the day.
It was a very tough call for us, but you guys get ready because this is your rapid recap. And we're starting with the first move. Richard Ruppert decided to go knight f3, and his decision was to avoid any main lines, but to go in the opening that he has played before, and he had some games. Here we had the move knight c6, which looks quite unnatural, but Anna, it has some thoughts behind. So what was the idea of knight c6?
The main point that it allows black to push e5 next move. So the only way white can prevent that pawn push and black grabbing the central control is by moving the pawn to d4. You have pushed d3 and then you go d4. So white is losing time, losing a tempo here. So both the knight on c6 is not the most natural, but also you normally don't play d3, d4. Slight differences, details, but this is why we are looking at Super Grandmaster games. It's all about the details.
Absolutely, Anna. After d4, Hikaru here sensed that e4 square is open for my knight. So let's get in there, and then to play f5. So this knight is now supported by both of the pawns. And here we have the move knight e1, where a very common move with idea to push f3 and e4 right away, and to have this pawn in the end for black, which is not very tempting position. But hold on, black had here answer already prepared, and he pushed the pawn in the center and gained even more space advantage.
And this space advantage and tension in the center has become the main storyline of this middle game. Neither white wants to take on e5, nor black wants to capture on d4. They are maintaining this tension and waiting for the opponent to make a commitment to the capture. So you see these developing moves. b6 here is a new move, by the way, because so far we have been following one of Richard Ruppert's own games. He played a few years ago a game against a lower rated opponent, but still very strong grandmaster. And he won with the white pieces. So he's repeating the same line he played against that opponent. But instead of king h8, which was in Rapport's game, Hikaru improved with b6. And I'm pretty sure both of them were very well prepared up to this stage.
Absolutely, they seems to be well prepared. Once again, white is attacking e5 pawn, and black says, I'm not giving up, and plays rook e8. The center here is very important, as you will see very soon why black was fighting for these pawns in the center so much. So here we have a couple more moves, and at the point where Rapport played bishop h3, this got our attention, as the pawn on f5 is hanging, and with a natural move like g6, white had something prepared here, Anna.
Indeed, because if you push g6, which seems so natural, saying bye to that bishop's attack, then the trades on e5 will make a lot more sense. Multiple trades can happen, eliminating the dark squared bishop of black. And now, if you get to develop your c1 bishop to the long diagonal, even immediate push to b3 works, because after knight takes c3, queen d4 would cash in and grab one of the pieces. So that queen bishop battery on the long diagonal would be extremely strong. And that's why pushing g6 has a major drawback, and you can never put that pawn back on g7, as sad as it is for the pawn movements in our regulation.
Yes, so for this reason, here Hikaru decided to give up the light square bishop and to remain the dark square bishop if any of the trades happen. So we had queen d3 on the board and queen d7, just like this, to guard the pawn on d5. Here we have more developing move, and at this point, we were talking a lot about the bishop here, not to be developed, not to have any bright future, and this rook also on the side is not active. And I was very much referring after white, I think even at this point, to have like g5 and this crazy line, but Hikaru was in this situation when draw was also as good as the win of the game. So after rook d8, Anna, here we had b4 by Richard Rapport.
It's a strange move, but again, since the match situation was that Hikaru is leading with a win, it's a 2-game match only, so Rapport had to play for a win, and sometimes playing for a win means going a bit dubious or not the most balanced position. B4 is trying to unbalance the position on the queen side. Yes, the bishop on c1 is still struggling and undeveloped, but it is an attempt to try to create some play. Black has everything under control, and this is too a moment where we were hoping, cheering for the g5 pawn push. Hikaru, go g5, go g5. And it's such a Hikaru move. I think he would have played that move in any other normal tournament situations. But the match situation doesn't call for it, and Richard Rapport himself enjoyed the complexity and chaos of dynamic positions like that. So he didn't want to go for something that can only backfire if you make a misstep or inaccuracy. He plays queen e6, sound and logical move, stepping out of the d5, and after b5, knight a5. Now this knight is heading towards c4. Look at this beautiful knight outpost.
Yes, and here White was pretty much forced to make some changes in the center. He decided to take e5 pawn finally, and after bishop takes on e5, now c pawn is hanging. We were not very much impressed by the traits here, as two knights are better looking than White's two bishops. So here White decided to just play knight d4, attack the queen and the pawn at the same time, and cut this bishop from this diagonal. And now it's the moment when Hikaru goes really fancy move, Anna.
It is one of my favorite moves of the game for sure, because it looks like bishop takes d4 is forced. The knight is attacking both the queen and the pawn, so you gotta get rid of it. It would have been fine to take, by the way. You can take and hop to c4 with the knight, but it does open up the diagonal of the bishop, so you do give a bit of activity to that bishop. It still, I think, would have been more than okay for black, but even stronger is queen h6, meaning that now the pawn is hanging, but if the bishop takes on f5, there's an impressive sacrifice, Katie. Let's show it on the board.
It starts with knight f2. Now White is pretty much forced to capture this knight, otherwise White is losing an exchange. And the moment king leaves g1 square, this allows black to capture at h2 pawn with a check. And guess what? Black can just chill here and give some checks, and White cannot really improve the position and has to accept a draw. And once again, let's remember that Richard Rapport here in this position only needs to win. If he tries to escape with the king from the checks, then we do have here a beautiful checkmate in one move. So right after queen h6, bishop f5 is simply not an option, as it's met knight f2, and this is game over for White. So for this reason, Anna,
sorry, Kate, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just thinking that because of the match situation, if we were to reach that position, Hikaru would have gone for the perpetual check. But if it wasn't for the match situation, it's only black who can play that for a win with a piece down. That's how strong the attack is on the king side.
Yes, I agree with that. So here, White just decided that, okay, let's not go in there, and let's play bishop g2 and stay in the game as much as possible. So here we have queen f6 as the pawn on f5 is hanging. Several more moves from White, and after capturing on d2 and c takes d2, that's what Rapport decided to play to have some open space for the rook. Here, Anna, we had really powerful move from black.
This is, again, a very strong move, pointing out that White is still lacking development. It has been black who was ahead in development for all of this stage of the middle game, and now by pushing c5, Hikaru is highlighting that the pawn on d4 is pinned. The a1 rook would be hanging if you touch the c5 pawn. So the only way you can capture this c pawn after the pawn push to c5 is the en passant capture. If White doesn't take, let's just take a quick look at what would happen if you develop your bishop instead of capturing this pawn.
There will be c4 and black will get more space advantage on the queen side, the connected pass pawn and another perfect square for the knight, and this is full domination from black. And in case if white looks for some complications by sacrificing the rook, there's not any. So white was pretty much forced to take this en passant, and now black is claiming that I have additionally open c file and I'm the one who controls it first.
Very important to control the one and only open file. Hikaru can also bring his rook next move to c8, so it's a fully dominated file, plus the knight comes to c4. So a beautiful knight post on e4 and c4, and after a few more moves, a6 happened, rook to c6 to guard the b6 pawn further, g5 now. Hikaru did push g5, but it's not with the same idea as it would have been earlier. It's not an aggressive attacking attempt. It's a very positional move. Let's highlight, Kitty, what was white's one and only way to get rid of the e4 knight and why g5 is going against that plan.
So here white has only planned to kick the knight back, and this is f3, but black has a plan to withdraw the knights, and after bishop f2, this is pretty much forced move as e3. Backward pawn is hanging. Now we can see what's black's idea, and the black's idea is to push the pawn forward on g4 and trade the pawns, so get rid of the f3 pawn, which means that he can later bring knight back on e4, and this knight from e4 and the knight on c4, they control the whole board.
So this pawn push in front of Hikaru's own king, yes, you need to take into consideration whether it weakens your king too much or not, but with such a big central control, and also black's pieces being more active than white's pieces, there is no danger against the black king, and the pawn push to g4 will make sure that the knight will get back to e4 even if chased away for a move or two. So this move was so strong together with the draw offer by Hikaru that it took all of us by surprise, that Richard Rapport agreed to the draw and agreed to being eliminated from the tournament for this first leg of the Grand Prix.
What a surprise, Anna. I was really, really shocked. I thought it was some sort of error or something, but no, this was offered to be a draw, offered by Hikaru, and Robert just take it as his position is simply very bad. So he's very likely saving his rating, which makes sense. So what a game. Even it ended in a draw because of the current situation. I think this game, how black here played and outplayed white, is simply incredible. And this was your rapid recap.
Very good game by Hikaru. And yes, if it wasn't for the match situation, Richard Rapport would have had to struggle in that game, because I don't think Hikaru would have offered a draw if it wasn't for the match situation. So we have in the finals, really. exactly the same two players we predicted. Katie, we are doing well in predictions. We're doing well.
Very good predictions.
Levon Aronian.
Yeah, for a moment, I felt like, oh no, we started with 16 players and so many games. We couldn't really cover all of them, and sometimes we were missing some actions. And now at this stage, we have only 2 last players. Last soldiers in this battle. So Levon Aronian, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru will get the white pieces in the first game. They're gonna play 2 games, and if we have a tie between these two in classical chess, then this goes to the playoffs, which means that the player's gonna play rapid game control or even blitz, and can also go all the way to Armageddon. So a lot of the actions to come, and congratulations to those 2 finalists and their huge number of the fans. What a day was it? Even we had like 2 draws. I completely enjoyed it, Anna.
Exactly. I'm just slightly shocked because I'm reading the chat now, and Jogar Rock is saying that it was actually Richard Rapport who offered the draw. We might need to add an extra bit to our rapid recap, because this info is just in. We thought that it was Hikaru's draw offer after g5 that made the game end, but it seems, if it's true, what you guys are saying from the interview, that Richard himself offered a draw before making a move. And of course, Hikaru accepted because that meant a qualification for him to the finals. It makes more sense though, because of course it's Richard who had to play for a win. And if he decides that there's no further chance to play on, he would offer a draw.
Yes, well, anyways, it's the same outcome. We do have Hikaru into the finals, and yeah, Richard just thought on his rating at the time. It's like, okay, now it's time to offer a draw. Anyways, here we had such a beautiful day and beautiful game in both Dominguez, Aronian, Rupert, Nakamura. Today and yesterday was incredible matches and a lot of joy for us commentators. Thank you so much, Anna, for joining me today at this show. It was such a pleasure and I had really a good time.
Likewise, Katie, I'm always happy to be hosting the show with you. I know I'm no Vishnant. I thoroughly enjoyed the commentary of Wishes. I hope he'll be back more often. But when he's not available and Hess Harmon is doing the Rapid Chess Championship coverage with Daniel Naroditsky, I might jump in. You know, I like your company a lot. I want to be here with Katie, and you guys should be watching the coverage for the upcoming days too. There's no show tomorrow because there's no tiebreaker needed, but the finals will take place the day after tomorrow. That is a Title Tuesday day. Will Hikaru be playing in Title Tuesday and then in the finals?
No. No, even he calls himself the professional amateur player, the strongest amateur player in the world. He's still very professional and he's taking this so seriously. There's only 2 spots now empty for 24 players. So this is a serious business over here. And they're fighting for a huge prize fund. I know that we were talking a lot about this. So let's see what the next day is going to bring us. So tomorrow is a day off for everyone and the players going to take a rest. So we going to take to as also our chat, which is so active on YouTube and also on Twitch. Big thank to our producer Big and the whole Chess.com team. And once again, thank you very much, Anna, for joining me for today.
Thanks so much to you, Kate, and thank you to our amazing viewers. Hope to see you guys soon again, or I'll be lurking in the chat myself, spamming blankies.
We're coming back tomorrow. Oh, not tomorrow.